guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. Israel's warning Iran there will be consequences after dozens of missiles were fired towards the country. Iranian state television says 200 missiles were fired at Israel, with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps saying it was in retaliation for the killings of Hezbollah and Hamas leaders. The US and UK were involved in defending Israel from the missile attack. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is condemning Tehran's actions.
It cannot be tolerated. We stand with Israel, and we recognise her right to self-defence in the face of this aggression. Iran must stop these attacks, together with its proxies like Hezbollah. Iran has menaced the Middle East for far too long. Chaos and destruction brought not just to Israel, but to the people they live amongst in Lebanon and beyond.
Former UK Security Minister Tom Tugendhat had this message for the Iranian people.
I'm sorry that your government has behaved in this atrocious, barbaric and brutal way. The regime we know does not represent you. What we need to see is the people of Iran freed from this brutal regime and the people of Israel liberated from fear and hatred.
Danish police say they're investigating 2 blasts near Israel's embassy in Copenhagen. Authorities say no injuries were reported. The US vice presidential candidates have clashed over immigration, the economy and the 2020 election result in their one and only televised debate. Republican J.D. Vance refused to say if Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, with Democrat Tim Walz accusing him of engaging in revisionist history. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, seemed the calmer, slicker, more confident candidate, often diverting the discussion in the direction he wanted. By comparison, Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick, Tim Walz, spent a sizable amount of time on the back foot, defending the Biden-Harris administration and leaving Vance's falsehoods largely unchecked. And while much of the debate was civil and policy-focused, there were testy exchanges over abortion, the economy, immigration, the moderators resorting to cutting the candidates' mics, and the 2020 election result. Vance refused to say if Trump lost 4 years ago and said there had been a peaceful transfer of power. Walls said the January 6th attack on the US Capitol proved that wasn't the case and accused Vance of Trump world revisionist history. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
More than 100 people are joining new legal action against US musician Sean Diddy Combs after claims of sexual assault, rape and sexual exploitation. He's already facing criminal charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, which he denies. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. What happens next in the Middle East after Israel, backed militarily by the US, fought back against a barrage of Iranian missiles fired at the country on Tuesday? Israel is threatening reprisals, so is the United States. Alistair Burt is a former British Foreign Office minister who used to have responsibility for the Middle East.
Everybody can have all sorts of plans, but once attacks start, then it is true, and most military people would tell you that as soon as combat is started, things can go out of control very quickly. What has changed is the tit-for-tat that there has been between Hezbollah and Israel for some time. Israel has got tired of that, has escalated the situation to remove what it considers to be the danger to northern Israel and its maybe 60,000 displaced people to try and clear the danger. The risk for it is it may not be able to achieve this objective, and that Hezbollah may find its allies wanting to come in on its side. But that implies risks to all of them. So we may still be in a situation where people are not quite prepared to make a commitment to something which would genuinely be catastrophic.
The US government says it's going to make it easier for American citizens in Lebanon to leave the country, booking more flights for them to get out of the country. Tuesday's events only seem to underscore the sense that the region remains a tinderbox. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, Israel's warning Iran there will be consequences over the massive missile attack on the country. Danish police say they're investigating 2 blasts near Israel's embassy in Copenhagen. The US vice presidential candidates have clashed over immigration, the economy and the 2020 election in their only TV debate. And more than 100 people are joining legal action against US musician Sean Diddy Combs after claims of sexual assault, rape and sexual exploitation. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
All righty, would you look at there? The midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Check another day off. What do we got? We'll turn the page on the calendar. 3rd day of October. That's what we'll be working our way into from time zone to time zone. So, welcome aboard. We start looking toward the weekend. Yeah, I guess this is Friday Eve, isn't it? Yes. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shop Secret Studios. Kind of a little chill in the air. 53 is what we're showing at the International Airport. And kind of the anticipation fog will be the concern once again tonight for a broad portion of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Yeah, they're anticipating some very dense fog developing through the eastern two-thirds of Tennessee, eastern Kentucky. Other dense fog advisories right up through the heart of Pennsylvania tonight. Fog anticipated through southern Ohio, southeast Indiana, portions of West Virginia as well. So as the night progresses, use caution out there. So we get things underway. All right, we've got a lot to cover. My. One day closer to World War III. That's what Philly Dan said out of the box here. Hopefully not. Unbelievable. But how about a look at the traveler's weather? Probably the clearest night we've seen in quite some time. As far as the precipitation map is concerned, the lower 48 is all but high and dry. Not much of anything going on out there. That's good. Good for moving the freight. Following the deadly, destructive forces of Hurricane Helene, the death toll, more being found. I believe it's up to 189. Wow. There is some good news on the weather maps for some of those hard-hit areas of the interior southeastern U.S., and it looks like it may be for an extended period. According to AccuWeather, they say they are delighted to say the upcoming conditions starting this weekend will largely cooperate with the relief, recovery, and cleanup efforts. Now, first things first, some minor hindrances in the short term. Fog, as we were just mentioning, morning fog may hinder some of the airlift operations into the weekend. But the fog burns off during the mid-morning hours. Early morning fog can still occur in some of the mountain valleys on into next week because of the lengthening nights, the light winds, and the clear skies. Humidity levels will remain relatively high through the end of the week. The conditions will be short of midsummer heat and humidity. But the most likely chance of any pop-up showers or a thunderstorm would be during the afternoon and evening hours through Friday, as the southern Appalachians will be on the edge of some dry air to the north and west. Not only could you see a few spotty downpours into the end of the week, but disruptive for the cleanup and recovery operations. There is the risk of highly isolated flash flooding should a downpour erupt and linger for more than a few minutes. Normally, stormwater management systems can handle such an event, but because the infrastructure is so badly damaged in some communities, it is a point to be raised. But the press of dry air arrives this weekend from the north and west, and it may stick around for actually a week or more. Thanks to a building zone of high pressure, that's going to bring days with low humidity, cool nights, and comfortably warm afternoons. Sunshine will illuminate areas where the power remains out, which that is some additional not-so-good news. It sounds like some of these folks in western portions of North Carolina may be in for quite the extended period without power. Daytime highs, though, mainly in the 70s in the mountains, within a few degrees of 80 in the valleys of the southern Appalachians. Highs mainly in the low to mid-80s in the Piedmont area. Nighttime lows for most of this stretch will range from the mid-50s to lower 60s. In the mountains, mainly in the 60s in the Piedmont areas. So the same high pressure is going to be guarding against heavy rain over the interior southeast. As, yes, tropical activity blossoms once again in the Gulf of Mexico next week. They're discussing a high risk of a tropical depression or even possible storm evolving. Florida, southern Georgia, areas that need to remain vigilant. At this time, the steering breezes will guide whatever comes together across the Florida Peninsula, where people as far north as southern Georgia maybe need to closely monitor this situation. There is the potential for some strengthening. It could indeed become a hurricane prior to any landfall. Regardless of the intensity, the potential for rain is going to be heavy enough to lead to some flooding problems in Florida, especially in the heart of the peninsula. As the week progresses next week, some of the heavy rain will reach areas that didn't see very little or no impact from Helene. And some of that rain will also fall on areas that were indeed hit hard by the powerful hurricane. Let's get straight to some of our updates as we try to navigate the road closures. The National Park Service wants to remind the trucking community. Truckers are not allowed on the reopened roadway through the Great Smoky Mountain National Park as you seek a route between storm-ravaged North Carolina and Tennessee. Of course, damage from Helene has left I-40 and I-26 connecting North Carolina and Tennessee impassable. Those roadways, they're telling us, are expected to remain closed into next year, 2025. Now, as truckers try to find viable routes through the area with these vital transportation corridors cut off, local authorities are warning they are still enforcing commercial vehicle restrictions. Now, this past morning, US 441, Newfound Gap Road, did indeed reopen, offering a path between North Carolina and Tennessee, but for passenger vehicle drivers only. The Great Smoky National Park Service issued a reminder to truckers to steer clear of US 440 run. They stated a reminder that commercial vehicles are always prohibited on 441 Newfound Gap Road between Gatlinburg and Cherokee. It is a steep, two-lane, winding road that presents safety concerns for all oversized commercial vehicles. Commercial vehicles will be turned away. Truck drivers should also note US 129, State Route 115 in Blount County, Tennessee, known as the Tail of the Dragon. Yeah, might seem like a viable route between North Carolina and Tennessee. Commercial vehicles over 30 feet in length are banned from using that roadway. That's always the case. Meanwhile, in Georgia, Governor Brian Kemp has issued an executive order suspending the state's gas tax in the wake of Helene. WSB in Atlanta reported this past afternoon. The order states that Helene has negatively impacted the supply chain of goods and services to impacted areas and the social and economic well-being of Georgia residents. This suspension will save drivers about 30 cents per gallon for gas. It would be 33 cents per gallon for diesel. Now, this will take several days before you see an impact on prices, they say, but this order will take effect October 3rd at midnight. So I guess that's at this hour. Meanwhile, the Tennessee DOT gave an update on the state's recovery efforts, saying crews have been working tirelessly in the first 100 hours to assess damage and inspect all the state-owned bridges over water. 310 bridges across 6 counties in East Tennessee. According to the release, crews hauled 58 loads of debris to the landfill from just one area of Interstate 26 in Unicoi County, where the storm caused historic destruction. We anticipate hundreds of millions of dollars in damage and months of closures. Counties with the most significant damage are Washington, Carter, Unicoi, Johnson, Greene, and Cook County. This has a major impact across East Tennessee. Long-term closures will be in place across the region as many routes will require significant repairs and for others a total rebuild. Some of the destroyed bridges include in Washington County, State Route 81 over that's the Nolichucky River Bridge. Also the Washington State Route 353, the Nolichucky River Bridge. Greene County, the State Route 107, Nolichucky River Bridge. These are destroyed. In Unicoi County, the I-26 bridge at the 39.6 mile marker, east and westbound, destroyed. Of the 13 state bridges originally closed, 7 have reopened. DOT crews says crews have assessed 47 routes, repaired and reopened 25 of those. Today, Thursday, crews will be prioritizing the inspections for locally owned bridges. There's 102 of those in total. 12 of those have either been washed out or are currently closed. 90 of them still need to be assessed. Close to 400 Tennessee DOT team members from all 4 regions have mobilized, reporting to the hardest hit areas, to include Tennessee DOT employees specializing in geotech, survey, bridge inspection design, project development right-of-way, and maintenance personnel. They're prioritizing connectivity and infrastructure repairs necessary to connect people to the greatest needs like hospitals, food, shelter, water. To bolster efforts and restore our transportation system as quickly and safely as possible, DOT has already executed 4 construction contracts as well as 4 debris removal contracts to support those crews. These additional assets are on the ground already working. More will be awarded in the upcoming weeks. Additionally, 2 alternative delivery advertisements are underway, which allows us to move more quickly in getting our infrastructure back online for those communities that so desperately need. DOT crews are committing to rebuilding East Tennessee, many of which are from the area. Some have even lost their homes and their own possessions, but actually continue to show up for work. Much more to update coming up here. Rolling into a Thursday, 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, some of our friends checking in out of the box. As always, Marianne is on board. We did say hello to Philly Dan. Happy saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour and the eve of Friday. T-minus 33 days till Election Day. A cool 56, Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful day out. Grass cut. Now the stars are out, shining bright for all of us nocturnal listeners. Yes, 844-844-3388, the number to dial and be a part of the show. Hit those digits. Israel showing no signs of slowing down. It kind of sounds like an Elvis Presley song. It's now or never. But it is now time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Heat up that cup of joe and crank up the volume. The overnight drive is hammered down. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Well, speaking of which, about 24 hours from now, it will be rolling into Friday again, won't we? So we'll see what Big Ed has on his mind for this weekend's college football picks. Any exciting games this weekend? All right, James, good morning from Woodstock, Georgia, 70 and clear at this hour. He said, did you see the bombshell report that Kamala's husband paid $80,000 in hush money to keep a girlfriend physically assaulted back in 2012 quiet? Of course, the media will bury it. Now, I have not seen or heard a thing of that. We'll have to do a quick search. If you got, flip me an email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. It's, after all the all the hoopla over Trump and Stormy Daniels, would anybody care? Nah. No, it's the other side of the aisle. Good afternoon, hammer down. Hello, Larry 64 in Socrates, New York. It is time for round number 3 to Schenectady. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve, and overnight friends. Not expecting to sleep much. Health concerns. Glad to hear your voice, though, to help get me through the night. I hope you feel better there, Jeffrey. I've got the update where I know you're there in the Sunshine State. He's in a wheelchair in an apartment that has to use the elevator. We're looking at another storm maybe impacting the Sunshine State. Next week, we'll have all the latest coming up here. First of all, though, there's Glenn. Good evening, everyone. Beautiful night here in Central Florida, 79 degrees. All right. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Hope everybody's having a good night so far. Yes, 33 days till election. Now, in Ohio, you have till Monday to get registered to vote because Tuesday, the 8th, begins early voting and absentee ballots become available to anyone who is not military or overseas. As for me, I have my usual run tonight. So far, so good. A little bit of construction here and there, but skies are clear. 59 by the Kentucky Speedway on Interstate 71. All right, Timothy, good morning. 65 here, Rocky Mount, Virginia. Gilligan put them Reese's on the bridge, all right? Roy in Northwest Illinois says, good evening, good morning. We're dropping all the way down to 47 by daybreak. Then we're supposed to bounce back to about 85 in Northwest Illinois. All right, Buckeye Boy checks in from his, my last night in Bozeman, Montana. 53 degrees. It was another beautiful day here in the mid-70s. Got to pick up early, so I'll be catching the podcast on my way to Dana Point, California. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful. Okay. Hello to Tracy. Hello, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. Checking in from R&L Carriers, Waller, Texas, tonight. Very good. Let's see. Why hasn't the Army Corps of Engineers been deployed to build temporary bridges for those areas where communities are cut off and the bridges washed out? Good question. That's from Buckeye Boy, but Tracy also chimed in. I stopped at the Walmart in Carthage, Texas. I had to pick up a few things on my way down to Waller, Texas, and just out of curiosity, I went back to where the paper towels and the toilet paper, not a roll to be had, all gone. Now, I stop there twice a week, every week, and I've been doing it for at least 10 years, probably longer, other than 2020. I've never seen this before. I think people are panicking over this port strike. A lot of the bottled water gone, and there was 3 2-roll packs of sparkle paper towels, and that was it. Yeah, what are you thinking, people? That is, you are 100% correct. I'll give you more on that. But yeah, I mean, it's hearkening back to the pandemic. People are hoarding toilet paper. People, we don't rely on China for our toilet paper. Stop it. We'll get back at it after this.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. The United Nations Security Council members have voiced concern over the escalating tensions in the Middle East. The Council convened an emergency session on Wednesday following Iran's missile attack on Israel on Tuesday. Jody Jacobs reports from the United Nations in New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council on Wednesday, with Israel insisting Iran will pay the ultimate price for its attack.
Israel will defend itself.
But this did not go down well with Iran. Its ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Arafani, maintaining the attack was out of necessity and a proportionate response to Israel's continued aggression in the region.
Israelis must understand that each act of aggression it makes, it's not unpunished.
The United States has pledged its full support to Israel.
The United States is fully supportive of Israel.
Fears are mounting here in New York of a potential all-out regional war, something that has the UN Secretary General worried. Antonio Guterres saying this deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence must stop.
A California doctor has pleaded guilty to conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine in connection to the death of actor Matthew Perry. The Friends star was found dead in his hot tub last year after a ketamine overdose. From California, Ira Spitzer has more.
Mark Chavez pleaded guilty in a Los Angeles courtroom, admitting to diverting ketamine from his clinic to another doctor, who then sold the drug to Matthew Perry. Chavez entered the plea as part of a cooperation agreement with authorities and faces a maximum sentence of 10 years. The Friends star, who was 54 years old when he died last October, had become addicted to the drug, which is sometimes legally used to treat depression. 5 people have been charged over Perry's death, and 3 of them, including Chavez and Perry's former assistant, have agreed to plea deals. The other 2 have pleaded not guilty and are awaiting trial.
U.S. President Joe Biden has visited North and South Carolina, while Vice President Kamala Harris is going to neighboring Georgia after the region was pummeled by Hurricane Helene. The president announced the deployment of an additional 1,000 active duty soldiers to bolster rescue and recovery efforts. They join more than 10,000 National Guard and federal aid workers already spread out across the southeastern U.S. At least 175 people are now known to have been killed by Hurricane Helene. Hundreds of others remain missing. Thousands of U.S. dock workers are on strike for a second day in a dispute over pay and the move towards automation. Economists fear the disruption could impact the U.S. economy and global supply chains. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Where we left off there, Tracy was correct. The report from this past morning, they're saying all over the country, toilet paper shortages, giving folks nightmarish reminders of the COVID pandemic era. But the lack of toilet paper is not a direct result of the port strike. It is because of panic buying. Reports of shortages filling social media Tuesday, showing empty shelves where toilet paper and to a lesser extent paper towels were supposed to be. One photo via X along with the empty shelves said they cleaned out the toilet paper at my local Walmart in Virginia. Toilet paper hoarding 2.0. Shelves at Costco and Target running low or out of paper towels in Monmouth County, New Jersey was another. I'm seeing people buying toilet paper and water as well in reaction to the port strike. Costco employee told me they were sold out of TP and paper towels this past morning. This port strike from Texas to Maine has absolutely zero impact on the supply of those products, people. Yet more than 90% by some estimates of the toilet paper that we consume comes from domestic factories right here. Most of the rest would come out of Canada and Mexico, which means they most likely arrive by rail or truck, not cargo container ships. The American Forest and Paper Association, the trade group representing paper manufacturers, expressed concerns about the impact that the strike could have on its members, but it cited the risk to exports to foreign markets being cut off, not imports. If anything, this strike could result actually in a glut of toilet paper, not a shortage. But that has not stopped the mob psychology of people rushing to stock up out of fear of a shortage. Bad memories of the shortages and the limitations during the pandemic. There will likely be some shortages caused by the port strike, but we're talking mostly perishable goods, which the U.S. market depends on imports. Item number one, they've been highlighted, is bananas. Can you survive a few weeks without a banana? Imports account for nearly 100% of our supply of bananas. And more than half of banana imports come in through the ports that are on strike. According to the American Farm Bureau, more than a quarter of the imports come in just through one port in Wilmington, Delaware. Of course, bananas have a short shelf life. It's only a couple of weeks between when they're cut from the banana tree to when they appear on our grocery shelves, and it's less than 2 weeks after that when they're brown and black on the kitchen counter. So shippers were not able to bring in a large volume ahead of the strike like other products. Now, toilet paper is the opposite of a perishable good. Any toilet paper hoarded today will last until the next round of panic buying. Even if it happens years from now, almost none of this is moved through the ports that are shut down right now. I guess people just not understanding how this works. Now, I did mention before I get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Not the best of news there in western North Carolina. Representative Chuck Edwards, which represents a district in the western portion of the state that was battered by Helene, releasing a press statement detailing the devastation to the infrastructure. Edwards said power outages remain widespread. Fast forward to this past morning, Wednesday morning, Power Outage US shows more than 400,000 are without power in that region. But he explained that 360 power substations are out, indicating that many of these substations were completely flooded. Duke Energy is unable to assess the damage until the flooding lowered. The water's been pumped out and the equipment has to be thoroughly dried. But what's kind of piqued our interest is that the Powering Up America theme, so we can power the artificial intelligence data centers and other electrification trends like electric vehicles and onshoring manufacturing, has led to shortages and price increases in the transformer market. Distribution transformers, they are the bedrock component of our energy infrastructure, according to the National Renewable Energy Lab research, who was recently quoted by PV Magazine. He pointed out utilities needing to add or replace them are currently facing high prices and long wait times due to supply chain shortages. This has the potential to affect energy accessibility, reliability, affordability, everything. Other reasons for the transformer shortages besides power grid updates include raw material sourcing problems, pandemic-related supply chain woes and backlogs, labor constraints, shipping issues. Given all these, the assistant professor in macro energy systems at Princeton University responded to the dire situation on a grid apocalypse playing out in the southeastern USA. This is devastating, he says. We do not have 360 substations worth of transformers and other electrical equipment sitting in stockpiles waiting to be deployed. It would take a very long time to restore power to everyone. Are we facing a Hurricane Maria type impact on grid infrastructure? Now, making matters worse for the residents of North Carolina, some social media users are pointing out that this administration, and we know factually, has been supplying transformers to Ukraine. It's unclear if those transformers have maybe drained some of our stockpiles. Meanwhile, others note that Ukraine uses a different electrical system than we do. But what is not questionable is earlier this year, the U.S. ambassador to Kyiv jumped for joy on X, indicating the United States Agency for International Development delivered 50 voltage transformers, 9 current transformers, and 80 isolators. Yeah, the Washington elites, are they prioritizing Ukraine's power grid over our own, is the question some are now asking. Hopefully, all those 360 substations will, when they get the opportunity to get the water out, get them dried out, be able to get them back up and running. But some will probably need to have some of those transformers replaced, undoubtedly. Good morning, Grump.
Good morning. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, we'll build everybody else's infrastructure up that that we have a little skirmish with, or that we think we need to have a proxy war with or for, and we'll build their damn infrastructure up. But something like this happens in North Carolina and in different places, and it's we can't even get a damn transformer down there. It wouldn't matter anyway, Steve. I mean, if you think about it, look at all the waste and everything that we had during Katrina. Trucks of ice were just sitting there. They were making $1,000 a day off a trailer load of damn ice, and then in the end they said go dump it somewhere. We had the dumbest people under the sun running FEMA. Instead of governors taking charge of their state and saying this is what we need, don't be sending 80,000 damn trailers down here that nobody wants to live in, and things like that. It just I don't know, man, it just turns my damn stomach. But let's look at this strike here for a second. Did you hear that idiot that they call a union boss or whatever in the hell he was that was talking on the news there about the reason they want to strike? And with their 73% pay raise over the next 5 years or something like that they were requesting, that would put some of them guys up to $90 an hour instantly. That would already top out on the scale, up to $90 a damn hour. And when you look at their annual salary, or annual just based off 40 hours a week, and they said they get about 20 hours a week overtime. If you break all that down, that's about $315,000 a year, for one of them guys. I mean, hell, another 100,000, and you can make as much money as the president of the United States or whatever. It's ridiculous that what they want. I mean, I've never seen a group in my life that's already making a killing. They're already in the top 15% of wage earners, thinking that that's not enough. And they're talking about I listened to one guy, he was talking on the news. He said, everything's so much higher. We just can't hardly make it, with what we're making. Well, when it boils down, he's making about $40 an hour. And he said he just can't hardly make it. Well, quit voting for the dumbasses that has caused this mess here in the United States. It's their own damn fault. I mean, they throw all their money behind people like Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and them, thinking that they're the great saviors of the economy. Bull. They've done more to run jobs overseas than anything else. I mean, it's just, if they would just take a breath and look at what's happened over the last 50 years, going from 65% union in the private sector workforce to below 7% now. And why is that? Well, take a damn good look at taxes right now. Kamala Harris, is talking about this war on businesses pretty much, where she's saying that the corporate tax has to almost double. Well, go ahead and double it, dumbass, and see who's working then. I don't know if a Democrat has a brain in their head or not, or they're able to use it. But they look at this stuff like corporate tax needs to go up. All right, while we're at it, let's do something for the medical industry. Let's increase the workman's comp payouts and things like that, and make them just a little bit more on the businesses have to pay out more on that. All right, let's look at property tax. Hell, property tax goes up 3% a year. What's that tell you? It gets to the point where you're paying for your house and your damn business 3 or 4 times before it ever goes under. And it just, I don't know, these damn unions. You know, I'm sick of unions. I'm sick of listening to them whine. And you know, if Steve Summers was to get on that radio right there and broadcast to the world, we want to have a truckers shutdown. You know, your ass would go to jail for the RICO Act. I guarantee you there'd be somebody knocking on the secret bunker door there saying, "Hey, would you step out here for a second? We're with the FBI or something."
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, but you get unions that can shut down interstate commerce because they think that they need more damn money right now instead of managing what they have, and they think that you know, they have a stake in that business. I listened to that guy, and it almost punched my TV. I wanted to hit that dude damn bad. He come off and he said he was talking about the billions of dollars that the port has made over the years. Where's our share of that? Well, where in the hell was their share of the risk? Did they have any of the risk at all when they were putting the money up to build all the? I would go today and turn that damn thing into an automated deal. I'd say don't even come back to work. Come back whenever it's going to be automated here for long. We'll get these ships moving. But it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
and you look at
I heard some of his comments yesterday, and he was saying that during the pandemic, when everybody was locked down, everybody stay at home, work from home, kids don't go to school, that our employees, these longshoremen, were reporting to work day after day after day, sick or not sick, taking all the risk, and these, I guess the maritime operators were making their billions of dollars, and he said we want paid back for what we did during the 3 years of the pandemic. The numbers I saw, they're requesting $5 an hour each year of the 6-year contract raise. So that translates to $30 an hour raise over 6 years. And the numbers I saw said, I guess the average is making $39 an hour right now. So I haven't seen anything about 99, but that would take them to $69 an hour.
Yeah, that's the average. The
average.
Top earners are up there about $50.
Okay.
$50 an hour. And one of the submittals that they had was for $72 or for 72% pay raise over the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
If you add all that up, they said it's going to be about 72%. Well, you take 72% of $50 an hour, you know, you're throwing on an extra $45 an hour. So that's going to put some of these guys up to $90 an hour. And when you break all that down, I mean, damn, you know, they can't see that what they're doing is driving more inflationary spending on to the consumer. I mean, it's just it's not all about circulation of money, you know, that causes inflation. It's also about people like that's standing there. And what I don't understand is they couldn't have postponed this until after the damn storm was over. I mean, they can see so much of the stuff that's coming in that'll be shipped around on containers and things like that for these areas that are devastated by this damn flooding. All right, food and everything else. And they don't give a rat's ass about that. It's not, we want our money. You know, these people can suffer. You know, we're having to spend a little bit more in the store, so we want a pay raise. So let's go ahead and, just go ahead and shut down. But the guy stood there, and this is what pissed me the most, and he kept talking about that. Well, where's our piece of the pie? You know, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
Where's his piece of the pie? They've made money in the worst of times, and whether or not, well, hell, look what drove Yella and them under. I mean, you know, how many times did you hear Lobster talking about, taking empty trailers back and getting paid for them, you know, and things like that? I mean, my God, it's just it's like a massive giveaway. And of course, Kamala and them, they're not going to do anything under the Taft-Hartley Act, you know, and say, hey, look. Go back to work. You know, one of the best things that ever happened to unions was when Ronald Reagan fired all the damn air traffic controllers. You know, told them to get their butts back to work. The same way with George Bush. He was going to fire the 41. He was going to fire all the mail workers if they didn't go back to work. And what was the one comment that stuck with everybody? He said, or to mail them their damn check. And when they shut down. I mean, when you want to break the back of big business, that's one thing, for whatever reason. But when you're sitting here looking at interstate commerce and saying, yes, we're going to harm interstate commerce, everything coming out on the East Coast. No, it's not going to hurt the toilet paper industry. It's not going to hurt water. It's not going to hurt so much of the other stuff. But a lot of the perishables and things on them ships, like that, I mean, who's going to eat that when they start running out of fuel, when you start getting a lot of the containers and everything that's, hauling goods in, and it starts running out of fuel, and things are just ruining in those damn containers. Who's going to be, is Mr. Union, they're going to step up and say, hey, we kind of owe y'all a little money here now because we kind of did this, didn't we? Yeah, you did. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it just, the spooky thing is when you have people like that that's controlling that much of the economy, and they're looking at what can it do. Well, I heard on the news, well, it can knock a couple of points on the GDP. Well, that's a lot of damn money. When you look at $5 billion a day, that's a lot of cash. These guys are, I don't know, man. Like I say, it just pisses me off to see these dudes that are sitting there looking at the people in North Carolina and places like that have been devastated. These self-righteous jackasses, they call themselves the longshoremen. So we don't give a rat's ass about them people. We want to strike. We want to shut everything down. They couldn't have showed a little bit of humanity in this and said, look, when we want to get things going here for the people. No, they don't do that. They don't do that. Not when you got some idiot with a bullhorn standing there going, where's our piece of the pie? I mean, my God, it just, it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. And as far as I'm concerned, the damn, the businesses out there, just fire every damn one of them and start from scratch. It would make a hell of a lot more sense. What are they going to do when they start, when their bank accounts and everything? Because most of them, the way they talk, they live payday to payday. $40 an hour, really? You can't manage things at $400 a day or whatever it is you're making? My goodness. But I don't know, man. Did you watch any of that debate last night?
Not much of it. And I was doing my show prep, but what little bit I did get to see the part when they were talking the abortion issue. Of course, that's the one thing the Democrats are relying heavily on.
Yeah, that's they don't care if you got enough money in your pocket or gas in your tank to get you to the abortion clinic, but they just want to make damn sure that you can have one once you get there, whether you got to Uber it or whatever. Yeah, I thought it was pretty stupid. I thought J.D. Vance just literally owned that idiot. Mm-hmm. I finally turned it off because when the moderators start doing their fact checking after they said they weren't, and then there was so many issues that they could have nailed Walls on, but they no, let's go after Vance because that's just the way we are. I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's amazing how the news media roots for one side, and I don't understand why. They're the ones that want to do away with the Constitution. They're the ones that wanted the what was that fairness doctrine and all that other crap, which I guess I could understand now. I think was it the Republicans that was pushing for the fairness doctrine? Who was it? I remember something about it, but it where one side has you have to offer both sides of the argument.
Right.
Well, why don't they do it at a damn debate? If there was ever a need for fairness, it's in a debate here in the United States when we're this close to the presidency. I don't understand for the life of me. And you can't tell me that there'd be one damn person that would have voted for Kamala Harris if she was running on her own in a primary. They'd have run her ass back to California so fast her head would have swam. And nobody liked that damn woman. She was an idiot then. She's an idiot now. And the only reason that anybody is showing any interest at all in that goofy, whatever you want to call her, skank or whatever, the only interest they're showing in there is the simple fact that she's not Trump. That's the only reason. But it's, I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, she couldn't have picked a dumber human being than Walls to run with. I mean, you can just look at him and say, this dude's a doofus. He don't even have to say anything. All you got to do is look at him. and figure out he's a liar. I mean, everything that he said, he started out 30 trips to China. Now it's down to 12. He was there during Tiananmen Square. Now, no, I was there during that summer, and just so many damn flip-flops that why is it, if we was to say something like that, people would be calling us a liar. But, when them idiots say something, no, they just misspoke. What the hell's misspeaking? He misspoke. No, he lied. He knew what the hell he was saying when he said it.
He embellished. I don't know. Didn't he admit after the fact that didn't he say I'm a knucklehead? I think he admitted that. Yes. All right. So after Grump's opinion there, the Longshoremen's Association is trying to sway his opinion and your opinion, sharing some of the numbers this past day. Yeah, we'll delve into that in the next hour. It's 844-844-3388.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A U.S. resident is among the 6 killed by Israeli attacks on Beirut on Wednesday. An Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building that Israel claims was a Hezbollah-linked health unit. It is the second Israeli attack on downtown Beirut this week. Lebanon's health ministry says the attacks have killed 46 people and injured 85 more so far. 8 Israeli soldiers have reportedly been killed after invading Lebanon. The UN Security Council says it's waiting to see what Israel does next. The council convened an emergency session on Wednesday after Iran fired a missile on Tuesday. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council on Wednesday, with Israel insisting Iran will pay the ultimate price for its attack.
Israel will defend itself.
But this did not go down well with Iran. Its ambassador to the UN, Amir Sahid Arafani, maintaining the attack was out of necessity and a proportionate response to Israel's continued aggression in the region.
Israelis must understand that each act of aggression it makes, it's not unpunished.
The United States has pledged its full support to Israel.
The United States is fully supportive of Israel.
Fears are mounting here in New York of a potential all-out regional war, something that has the UN Secretary General worried. Antonio Guterres saying this deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence must stop. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Thousands of American dock workers have been striking for a second day. The U.S. president is backing the workers, saying they should be offered a strong and fair contract. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Around 45,000 port workers stopped working on Tuesday and remain on the picket line on Wednesday. It's the biggest strike of its kind in almost 50 years. Workers are demanding a 77% pay rise over the next 6 years, and they want assurances their jobs will be safe against automation. The United States Maritime Alliance, representing the industry, has offered a 50% pay rise over that period. Now, roughly half of all US imports arrive by water, and a blockage of this scale could see shortages at home, plus disruptions across the globe.
A California doctor has pleaded guilty to charges connected to the death of actor Matthew Perry. The star of TV sitcom Friends was found dead in his hot tub last year after a ketamine overdose. The charges are related to distributing the drug. Ira Spitzer has more.
Mark Chavez pleaded guilty in a Los Angeles courtroom, admitting to diverting ketamine from his clinic to another doctor, who then sold the drug to Matthew Perry. Chavez entered the plea as part of a cooperation agreement with authorities and faces a maximum sentence of 10 years.
From viewers worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tonnes of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. A US resident is among the 6 killed by an Israeli attack on Beirut. Thousands of American dock workers have been striking for a second day over better pay and protesting automation. And a California doctor is pleading guilty to conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine in connection to the death of actor Matthew Perry. There's more from us on X, formerly Twitter, at Feature Story. And that's the latest Feature Story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back as we fire up round number 2. So here's what the longshoremen are saying. Trying to justify the shutdown of the ports and sway public opinion against government intervention by characterizing the shipping lines as the price gouging foreign companies unwilling to boost workers' wages despite raking record profits in. Now, they say ocean carriers have jacked up freight rates fivefold in recent weeks to $30,000 per container, contributing to inflation that's hurting the consumers here. Yeah, those figures don't stack up to the pricing data from multiple freight sources, though. They're now charging $30,000 for a full container, a whopping increase from $6,000 per container just a few weeks ago. In just a short time, they went from $6,000 to $18,000 to $24,000 and now $30,000. It's unheard of, and they're doubling their $30,000 fee, stuffing the same container from multiple shippers. They're killing the customers, according to the ILA president, Harold Daggett. Now, the claim about double charging containers is also not verified. There's no precedent for that in the ocean shipping industry. It's a common practice for freight forwarders to buy a container, transit from a carrier, fill the container with shipments from multiple customers. It's called less than container load shipping. But that mode is offered by middlemen who bundle loads for customers that don't have enough volume to fill a full container. It's kind of like your LTO. All right, we know the 45,000 dock workers walking off the job. Yeah, the dock workers, who according to FreightWaves are among some of the highest paid unionized workers in the country, are seeking its 77% increase in wages over the 6-year contract. And they want to prevent the automation of cranes, truck gates, and other functions. Data from the freight market analytics firms indicates the ILA figures are exaggerated. The average spot rate on major lane segments from Southeast Asia to the U.S. East Coast is about $7,000 per 40-foot container. Rates from North Europe to the East Coast have increased 50% since the end of August, but only to $2,800 per box. The Freightos Baltic Index, which also benchmarks rates, show Asia to U.S. East Coast rates fell 4% last week to $8,952. Freightos rolls surcharges into their pricing, and ocean carriers have been raising surcharges in recent weeks to account for the port congestion, delays, and rerouting cost associated with the strike. Surcharges at East Coast ports in October range from $400 to $3,000 per 40-foot shipping unit. Meanwhile, the freight rates from Shanghai to New York dropped 5%. That translates to $336, down to $6,028 per 40-foot box for the week ending September 26. Now, according to the shipping index compiled by maritime research and consulting firm Drewry, prices on the trade lane are up 125% from a year ago. Now, they see two reasons for the higher shipping rates associated are the disruption of the Red Sea shipping lanes and higher volumes because shippers moved up their bookings to avoid backlogs anticipating a strike. Now, it cannot be ruled out that one desperate shipper may have paid $30,000 in a very extreme example, but this freight rate is not representative of the market. This claim by the ILA has to be corrected because what we've seen in the past, how rumor and false information causes panic in the market and spiraling freight rates as shippers rush to protect the supply chains. The all-time record average spot rate on the trade route from North Europe to the East Coast was set during the pandemic, May of 22, when the average price for a 40-foot unit hit $8,790. From Asia, the record rate, $12,400, was set in January of 22. Now, this strike, as the holiday shopping season is hitting full gear, experts say most retailers have already received most of their inventory. Oxford Economics estimates that for every week the strike continues, it could cost the economy more than $4.5 billion. If it lasts longer, it indeed could result in some shortages of certain consumer and industrial goods. Raw materials, food shipments, bananas, which could result in price increases. The National Retail Federation and the National Association of Wholesaler Distributors joined a chorus of business interest urging the Biden administration to take action and reopen the ports. They must utilize their authority now to stop the strike before the impact becomes irreversible. All right. Biden, of course, the president, is avowedly pro-union, sided with the dock workers. Logistics experts say a prolonged strike will send rates skywards on many trade lanes, not just the East Coast, because idle ships will translate into less capacity. The very scenario, the ILA. All right, so everything we're hearing, not necessarily the whole truth and nothing but the truth, but a 77% wage increase is what they're sticking to. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Oh, isn't that just lovely news? So who's telling the truth? I don't know. I seem to remember during the COVID years, didn't the truck drivers be classified as essential workers, and we were all out here working as well as the port workers? Well, I don't remember us getting a whole lot of extra for doing that. But we were able to keep working and, not be able to stay home and get a check for staying home. Yeah, that's right. But anyway, so here in Maryland, our governor, Wes Moore, and one of our senators, the junior senator there, I guess you still call him, that Chris Van Hollen, they came out to the ports to stand in solidarity with the striking workers and give them their full support, because that's what I guess they do. Senator Ben Cardin, the guy that always claims he's your friend Ben. He was nowhere to be seen, but he's retiring. Wait a minute. How do you retire from an elected position, Your Honor? Aren't you voted in, voted out, or just quit?
Or term limited.
I don't know.
Term limited, usually.
Well, the thing is the Senate and House don't have term limits, so you just stay there until you either decide you're too old or die. But because you get reelected on name recognition, because that's what people do is you're either Democrat, Republican, and then name recognition is the other part. So if you already got your name there, nobody recognizes any other name. Say, oh, that guy's been there, so we'll vote for him. But anyway, so they came out in full support of all that, and the big industry's bad, and as Grump said, you want all this money for being there doing the job, but what investment did you have to make that job happen? I mean, so when the gas and oil people are out there working in the oil fields and they hit a big strike, and the big oil company makes a whole bunch of money, who put all the investment into finding out, number one, where the oil was, number two, purchasing all the equipment to get to the oil, and number three, getting it all in location logistically to do it? And especially when you do the offshore deal. I mean, the stockholders deserve more than the actual workers do, because they actually took the risk with their money to possibly come up with a dry hole. So, and that happens a lot in this business.
Yes.
But anyway, so there's my rant and raving, and I don't know if I guess I'm not in full support of the strike, and I'm kind of where Q-Ball was with this whole deal. How can one union have control of all these ports on the whole East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico when you look at like the Teamsters even. You know, UPS has a contract, FedEx has a contract, you know, YRC had a contract. Why isn't there separate contracts for all the different ports? Why are we all able to strike at one time? You know, I don't know. As you shouldn't, as you know, Grump was just saying, and Cue Ball said, you shouldn't be able to paralyze the country because of one strike. That's you know. So anyways, there's that in a nutshell. But so here to switch a little bit and go to the fossil fuel deal here. Did you hear your bit on the news there about England is now shut down their last electric generation
I did catch
plant?
that. No more coal.
So now you can go over to England and breathe easy because they're no longer burning coal. So they think they're going to be net zero by, what did they say, 2050 or something? That they're planning on being their electric generation being supported by wind and solar. Now, have you ever looked at a map of England, Your Honor, Great Britain? Have you ever looked at a map of that? It's an island. It's got a certain size to it. How many wind towers can you put? Have you ever looked at a street map in London? Where are you putting wind towers in London, Your Honor? I mean, the streets aren't wide enough to pass two cars side by side between the houses. So, well, I don't know where they think they got all this extra land, maybe up in Scotland, and I guess since they're not having the war with Ireland anymore, the IRA. Remember the IRA? They used to throw rocks at, whatever. But anyways, maybe they're going to take those people's land to put wind towers up on. But then they said they're going to rely on solar. Now, wait a minute. What do we always associate with Great Britain and England when we talk about them and their weather?
Clouds, rain, overcast.
Where are they getting the solar from, Your Honor? Did something miraculous happen? Has the jet stream changed to blow the clouds away that they don't?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just asking, Your Honor. And then of course, part of the day, you got sun in the daytime, but what happens at nighttime? Did they figure out how to make them solar panels work from the moon, or what are they doing? I don't know. I'm just getting off on a tangent here and throwing it. I don't know. Headed off on the crazy side, Your Honor. But somebody's got to say it. But maybe make people think a little bit about what they're talking about. But anyways, it would be interesting to see. And I don't know. Of course, don't forget they're surrounded by salt water too. So if they get any flooding with their electric cars, that works good, doesn't it? Hey, I think I got the solution for the electric car problem, Your Honor. I think we need to get into a lift kit business. You know how we got the lift kits for the big four-wheel drive pickups and that? I think we need to put lift kits under all these electric cars, jack them up, get them up in the air there, 3-4 feet, and then we'll be able to keep them out of the water. I don't know, maybe. Anyways. With that, Your Honor, we still got sprinkles here in the Mid-Atlantic. They say they're supposed to be clearing out sometime today. What's today, Thursday? Finally?
Already Thursday, yes.
It's like 13 straight days of having moisture falling out of the sky here. And I don't know. Thinking about building a wooden ship or something. But they say it's supposed to clear out. We're supposed to have sunshine in the afternoon. So if you're still traversing up and down 95 or whatever here through the Mid-Atlantic, you might still have to have your wipers on here and there. But if you come back later, maybe you'll be all right and things will start drying out a little bit. And then we got the cold front coming, so everybody will have to get their sweaters out after that.
I got my sweater out as we said. I had to get my sweater out for this morning, as a matter of fact. I mean, 52 outside the bunker, but yeah, it won't be long. We'll be 32 and then 22 and breaking out the snow shovels. National Guard units from all over the country, they tell us, headed to North Carolina. The North Carolina National Guard said they had deployed more than 200 vehicles and aircraft, including hoist and emergency aviation assets, along with more than 500 soldiers and airmen. Air National Guard is hauling over 100,000 pounds of supplies from the FEMA in a C-17 to western North Carolina, part of Helene's support. That was a report earlier this week. According to the Guard, some 5,500 Guard members have been deployed as part of the relief efforts from 11 states. I think those numbers are up to close to 10,000 now. President announced another 1,000 active duty this past day. In areas where roads are impassable, helicopters are being used to airlift in supplies and rescue trapped individuals. Photos from the region show people climbing aboard military helicopters carrying bundles of clothing, house pets, meager belongings they were able to save from the floodwaters. Many of the flood-ravaged areas are only accessible by air as roads are blocked by flood debris, down power lines, mud, flooded-out cars. Asheville, North Carolina, one of the hardest-hit areas. Officials struggled to provide drinking water, food, and other necessary supplies to the residents of that mountain city, where at least 35 are believed to have died. To this day, communication is very spotty at best. Internet, phone lines down. Operation Airdrop, as it's being referred to, is coming to North Carolina from a civilian organization known as Operation Airdrop, which is, as of the noon hour Monday, had approximately 2,000 volunteers flying civilian aircraft to bring supplies to the area. This was a nonprofit that was created in 2017 to help in times of disaster. Cracker Box, you may make a valid point there where we're talking about the toilet paper, paper towels. He said there's a lot of folks that are having like relief effort drives. We've got the big 53-foot trailer parked here. Bring your donations. Bring what you can to load this trailer, and we're going to take it in to help the people. A lot of volunteers and stuff. He said, I live here in Florida. There's a lot of sending stuff over to the Panhandle and up to Georgia and the Carolinas. We've got different people loading trailers up right now, and a lot of people dropping off stuff to put in the trailers. A lot of it, water, paper towels, detergent, all the personal things that would help. These people that lost it all, got washed away in the Carolinas and Georgia. So it may not all be panic buying as far as the port strike is concerned for toilet paper, paper towels. So thank you for bringing that point up, Cracker Box. Who else checks in here? We've got Marianne in the house. There's James. Good morning, all, this beautiful October night. Good morning, truckers. Marianne, Pappy. Cripshot in the house. I'll be listening in till 5 in the morning. Let's roll. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 51 in Bald Knob, Arkansas. Just got unloaded from a high-speed trip from the Keystone. Steve, I have 10 rolls of toilet paper, $20 a roll, and a 53-foot trailer with different levels that I can rent out for anybody looking for a quite spacious place to crap. For a moderate extra fee, I also have a custom-made seat that slips into hole gaps in the trailer wall for those who can no longer use the crouch position. I also have my winter kit panels that can be acquired for a small fee for those seeking privacy. So do not panic about the port strike. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, has you covered. Hey, a special one-night-only Razorback shout-out to the Grump from Jackson County, Arkansas. Okay, that's classic, right? Who else we got? There's Rick. The union held a gun to UPS's head at contract time. It's time for payback, and workers are going to get it. There's Josh, says good morning. Okay, scrolling down the line here. Dirty Harry, good morning, Steve. Not sure how many more times you're going to hear that, but I'm positive I'm going to kick this cancer's you-know-what, or I'm going to die trying. That's the attitude. Yes, indeed. Thank you much, Dirty Harry. We're thinking about you. Stay strong, as Gary said. It is 844-844-3388. All right, we'll get, let's see, the latest on the death toll from Helene, which is now at least 189, and hundreds still unaccounted for. So that number is expected to continue rising. That new staggering count, which makes Helene the deadliest storm to hit the U.S. since Katrina, killed 1,392 back in 2005. North Carolina, one of the hardest hit with the severe flooding, washing out entire communities, has lost 95, 39 in South Carolina, 25 in the state of Georgia, 19 Florida, 9 Tennesseans, and 2 in Virginia, according to the latest tally. Among the dead are a number of first responders and civil servants who remained at their posts in the face of the storm's danger. South Carolina firefighters, 53-year-old Chad Satcher and 18-year-old Landon Bodie, killed Friday when a tree came down on their engine that was responding to a fire in the small town of Saluda. All right, some of the others, we got to get a news break here, so good to have you on board. Prayers for those folks. It's going to be a long road to recovery. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A U.S. resident is among the 6 killed by Israeli attacks on Beirut on Wednesday. An Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building that Israel claims was a Hezbollah-linked health unit. It's the second Israeli attack on downtown Beirut this week. Lebanon's health ministry says the attacks have killed 46 people and injured 85 more so far. 8 Israeli soldiers have reportedly been killed after invading Lebanon. The UN Security Council says it's waiting to see what Israel does next. The council convened an emergency session on Wednesday after Iran fired a missile on Tuesday. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council on Wednesday, with Israel insisting Iran will pay the ultimate price for its attack.
Israel will defend itself.
But this did not go down well with Iran. Its ambassador to the UN, Amir Saeed Arafani, maintaining the attack was out of necessity and a proportionate response to Israel's continued aggression in the region.
Israeli must understand that each act of aggression it makes, it's not unpunished.
The United States has pledged its full support to Israel.
The United States is fully supportive of Israel.
Fears are mounting here in New York of a potential all-out regional war, something that has the UN Secretary General worried. Antonio Guterres saying this deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence must stop. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Thousands of American dock workers have been striking for a second day. The U.S. president is backing the workers, saying they should be offered a strong and fair contract. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Around 45,000 port workers stopped working on Tuesday and remain on the picket line on Wednesday. It's the biggest strike of its kind in almost 50 years. Workers are demanding a 77% pay rise over the next 6 years, and they want assurances their jobs will be safe against automation. The United States Maritime Alliance, representing the industry, has offered a 50% pay rise over that period. Now, roughly half of all US imports arrive by water, and a blockage of this scale could see shortages at home, plus disruptions across the globe.
A California doctor has pleaded guilty to charges connected to the death of actor Matthew Perry. The star of TV sitcom Friends was found dead in his hot tub last year after a ketamine overdose. The charges are related to distributing the drug. Ira Spitzer has more.
Mark Chavez pleaded guilty in a Los Angeles courtroom, admitting to diverting ketamine from his clinic to another doctor, who then sold the drug to Matthew Perry. Chavez entered the plea as part of a cooperation agreement with authorities and faces a maximum sentence of 10 years.
From viewers worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, back at it here. Talking about the North Carolina devastation. In North Carolina's Buncombe County alone, they say at least 600 were considered missing as of Tuesday, which, with much of that mountainous region still cut off from the outside world, both physically from now vanished roads and bridges, and with communications all but impossible from the mass power outages. The president said there are reports of up to 600 unaccounted for because they cannot be contacted. God willing, they're alive. Across especially the Appalachian region of Tennessee, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, the situation is much the same. Even after the bodies stop turning up from the wreckage, there's a study released this past day that said the death toll could continue rising over the coming years. According to a study published in Nature this past day, powerful storms like Hurricane Helene could lead directly to between 7,000 and 11,000 deaths over the 10-15 years after them. They looked at mortality rates after 501 tropical cyclones from 1930 to 1950 and found that income loss and health issues stemming directly from storms led to an undocumented mortality burden. Well, aside from Katrina, Helene's death toll has no match across more than half a century of hurricanes. The only storm to claim more lives in that time was Hurricane Camille in 1969, which killed 256. All right, see what's going on with Eagle this morning as we get a new day underway. What's happening out there, Eagle? Eagle dozed off. I got. It's been a while since we've heard a good snore out of Eagle, but well, let's just jump on down to Philip. Speaking of Florida, good morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Everybody doing okay today?
Doing okay, yes, sir. What's happening?
I was just running a little early this morning. I gotta start early this morning. We got the Halloween party at the Magic Kingdom tonight, so they got us all starting early. So
wow,
looks like I got a little thunderstorm south of me here. So hopefully I don't run into any of that mess. But other than that, we're okay. You were talking about the stuff happening with Lean. I tell you what, man, Greg Biffle, man, he's really got those guys going. He had 37 helicopters out there, Steve, working that in North Carolina, helping people. So that's a lot of equipment. So have you heard any more about this Iran thing? Is it getting worse?
Israel has not responded to Iran directly yet. They did hit, I think they hit Lebanon again this past day, Beirut, pretty hard.
Yeah, I know when I went to bed last night, they were showing some of them missiles were getting through. They showed some of the stuff that was going on with that. Hey, Steve, is there an act that the president can put into place to make the port workers go back into work?
Yeah, well, it's called the Taft-Hartley Act. He could use that. That would force what they call an 80-day cooling off period.
Yeah, I know. I'd heard something about that last night on the news, that he could enact this and he could put everybody back, but there's speculation that he won't. I don't think he would because of he's going out of office pretty soon. He don't really. I'm with a lot of guys and saying I don't know. I'm not saying he's giving up, but I don't think he's really resilient to doing something like that. What do you think?
Well, he's vowed not to several occasions. Now he did briefly, just for a moment, stop and reporters ask him this past day. And how did he put it? He said it's time for the port workers to resolve the strike. The consortium is basically 6 owners that control all the ports from all the way East Coast down to the Gulf Coast. They made incredible profits, over 800% profit since the pandemic, and the owners are making tens of millions of dollars. The last thing they need is to profit off this. It's time for them to sit at the table and get this strike done. That was his quote.
Well, need to get it done. I mean, I really don't, they want a 50% raise and pay, which I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
They actually, it's 77%. The 77% increase over the 6 years is what they're sticking to. They offered them what would have been a 50% increase, and they turned that down. They're sticking to their 77.
Oh, wow. That's crazy stuff. I mean, now, as far as the automation and all that goes, I hate to say it, it's going to happen. I mean, with technology out there, and companies are trying to figure out a way of saving money, and one of your biggest costs when you have a business is labor. That's probably the biggest thing you have is your labor. But cutting that, that's what they're doing. But I'm not on the company side by no means. But, it just seemed like to me to be working out a little bit better. I can tell you one thing, anything that's in a container, it's going to hurt. I mean, they were talking a little bit about it yesterday on one of the news channels I was watching, that it's going to be what they're saying is it's going to, especially with food items, because we import so much food now that, and we're not self-dependent, and I think that's one thing that that President Trump, when he was in office, he was trying to get us to go, and we need to be. We need to grow our own food. We need to make our own products here. You know, we need to get away from reliance on other countries for our needs. You know, and a lot of Americans don't get that, and a lot of companies that put their stuff over there because it's cheaper. I mean, you look at a lot of companies, you know, John Deere, Caterpillar, a lot of them are going overseas, you know, and I think that's what's happening. You know, we need to be more stuff being made here in America, from our raw materials that make the product to the product itself needs to be made here. I mean, you look, I've talked about it before with the chips. How many times have we talked about these stupid chips that they've got in cars and trucks and everything else? They could be made here. We have the capability of making it here in America. The problem is we have so much federal oversight in the way things are made with the EPA that a lot of these companies, it costs more for them to follow their standards to make it over here than it does to make it over there. You know, I mean, it's a lot cheaper to build something in China than it is in America.
Absolutely.
And that's what's happening to our country. I mean, from the simplest thing, how many times, Steve, have you used a tie strap to put something on? Okay? There's a company called Panduit. My sister-in-law works for them. They make tie straps, and they were making tie straps in Illinois. They literally moved one of their assembly plants over to China because it was cheaper to have the machine sitting in China pressing out plastic than it was to make it here in America. Because of the taxes and everything in Illinois, they moved it all the way. They put the machinery on a boat and took it to China. It was cheaper to make it over there than it was to make it here. You know, and that's something we got to look at here in America. You know, I mean, we got to get that back. You know, like what was the big deal about all the cars? Remember back in the day when steel was made in Pennsylvania?
Right.
You know what I mean? Gary, Indiana, that side of Lake Michigan up there is steel country. That's where the steel was all made. Now a lot of those steel producing facilities up there in Indiana, they're all owned by Germany and Japan and a lot of different countries that control all that now. You know, and it's just something we need to look at. So that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me, and I think we're going to have a little thunderstorm down here about where I'm at. So I'll catch you later.
All right, I'm not seeing much on the radar. Maybe you have a few isolated little cells down there crossing the Sunshine State. We mentioned Operation Airdrop. They shared a photo. It's satellite imagery from the southeast. I'm not sure when this photo was taken because the storm came through Friday, and here we are. It's already, tomorrow it'll be a week, Friday. But it shows your typical nighttime, the lights that you could see from space. And prior to the storm and after the storm, and you can clearly see the depiction of where the mass power outages were. I'm thinking this photo may be several days old because there's a big chunk of southeastern Georgia that were still in the dark. I think many of them are back on, but western South Carolina and especially that western portion of North Carolina, nearly completely in the dark. Early Monday, Operation Airdrop started launching from Concord Paget Regional Airport, transporting supplies to Hickory Regional Airport and Statesville Regional Airport, where they'll be further distributed from those points. Pilots are encouraged to bring supplies with them. Pilots operating out of KJQF, they say, will receive a 75-cent per gallon discount on fuel purchased from the fixed base operator. At this time, Operation Airdrop is accepting the following items for disbursement, as they put it. Sports drinks, powdered packets, hydrated form, baby wipes and diapers, children and adults, baby formula, bug spray and sunscreen, plastic utensils, manual can openers, trash bags, either 13-gallon or contractor bags, non-perishable foods, cleanup supplies, plastic sheeting and tarps, toiletries, toothbrushes, toothpaste, pet food, both dog and cat, hand sanitizer, feminine hygiene products, heavy-duty work gloves, and socks, all sizes, unopened, as they put it. They said they cannot accept donations of water due to the weight or hazardous substances, including fuel, flammable items, used clothing, or bleach. Operation Airdrop said volunteers are essential to the mission as they're needed for organizing, unloading, sorting, and loading supplies. These operations are going to last throughout the week. Meanwhile, in South Georgia, the community of Valdosta and Wings of Rescue are asking for help to move dogs and cats from the city's animal shelter. Many of the animals were placed in the shelters by their owners who were facing flooding. Operation Airdrop will return after this.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Coming up, we'll give you the latest, what we have. Israel, undoubtedly, at some point, retaliation will be forthcoming after the barrage of missiles from Iran. Where might that take oil prices? Meanwhile, on a separate note, had a lot of folks opening up their bank accounts online this past day and kind of shocked. Where's my money? Bank of America customers reported widespread outages Wednesday. Some unable to sign into their online accounts. Others who could sign on found they had a balance of zero. Reports of outages started coming in shortly after noon Eastern time. Peaked about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. More than 20,000 users reporting problems. As of 6:30 p.m., that number was down to just over 2,500 reports, but lots of customers were still posting about it on social media. One ex-user said there's some kind of glitch on the Bank of America website that shows $0 in all accounts, and honestly, I think they owe everybody some cash for pain and suffering, because that was extremely stressful for a second here. Another said Bank of America sure kept them credit card balances up, though, LMAO. Another wondered if something bigger was in place, and I don't understand how in the course of a month, the biggest companies in our country all experienced outages. Microsoft, Verizon, Bank of America. It doesn't seem to be a big deal, but it sure feels like our country is going through some serious cyber attacks right now. Ultimately, Bank of America did issue a statement Wednesday saying some clients are experiencing an issue accessing their accounts and balance information today. These issues are being addressed and have largely been resolved. We apologize for any inconvenience. They did not indicate what said problem might have been, but there you go. And Sundance Kid, good morning.
Good morning. I hope I'm not going against doctor's orders giving you a call. I didn't know if he told you not to talk to me so you keep your blood pressure down.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But, I sit here and listen to your guys that call in. Say they talk so long that they talk both sides of what they're trying to say. For instance, Grump said the Democrats don't care if you got any money in your pocket to fill up your gas tank or get any food. But yet when the ports are trying to keep their standard of living, and I deal with China. I have containers that come out of China, okay? I get hair out of China because it's natural. And it used to be $6,000. I'm paying $30,000 for it, and it's not because I'm in a crisis. It's just normal shipping costs, my friends. I don't know who's telling. I mean, I know what's going on, but the American people, they just listen to nonsense. But that $5 billion a day they're talking about losing the economy, does it cost you anything for the ports to be shut down, Steve?
Ain't cost me a penny yet.
Okay, and it won't cost you a penny, right?
Well, it depends on how long they're shut down.
Well, if they're shut down a long time, you are not going to get nothing to go by. You're going to save your money, and that's exactly what we need to do. The corporations are killing us.
I mean, no,
the profits.
The experts, Sundance, no, the experts, those in the know of how the economy works, are saying the exact opposite. The longer they're shut down, what products are available on the shelves are going to cost me and you more money, because it's all about supply and demand. If there ain't enough of it there, you're gonna pay more for it.
No, I'm not. See, y'all are playing the game. That's the game they want to play.
No, that's the way. It works.
No.
How come you always have how come you always have a different explanation? And I guess all the economic experts and analysts are all buffoons. They're all a bunch of liars. But you know the answers.
I'm trying to say, think outside the box for a second. You've been thinking that the way that supply and demand works. Look where it's got y'all over the last 100 years. We didn't have supply and demand back in the 1800s, early 1900s. We didn't have all this. Now that corporations got control of everything, pull y'all around by the nose everywhere they want you to go. Y'all need to stop playing. It's a game of Monopoly in real life. And y'all, the bank always got the money. You can always get some more money.
All of us are so ignorant. I'm glad we are all so ignorant. I'm glad we've got someone like you out there to educate us and make us be more intelligent.
Well, you keep listening to the other people, and look what it's got you. I'm trying to tell you what's going on, and stop playing the game.
You don't
That's
know
all
what's...
I'm saying. And truck drivers,
sadly,
y'all don't have no gonads.
Y'all don't have. We're all so ignorant. Yeah, why? It's almost like going back to the minister days. It does nothing but get your blood pressure up. Sundance, thanks for, as usual, showing us how less intelligent we are and how brilliant you are. We are all so much more educated now. Supply and demand has never existed. What? Okay. You learn something new every day. It is 844-844-3388. Don't you feel smarter now? We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Tokyo, I'm Chris Gilbert. A U.S. resident is among the 6 killed by Israeli attacks on Beirut on Wednesday. An Israeli airstrike hit an apartment building that Israel claims was a Hezbollah-linked health unit. It is the second Israeli attack on downtown Beirut this week. Lebanon's health ministry says the attacks have killed 46 people and injured 85 more so far. 8 Israeli soldiers have reportedly been killed after invading Lebanon. The UN Security Council says it's waiting to see what Israel does next. The council convened an emergency session on Wednesday after Iran fired a missile on Tuesday. Jody Jacobs reports from New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council on Wednesday, with Israel insisting Iran will pay the ultimate price for its attack.
Israel will defend itself.
But this did not go down well with Iran. Its ambassador to the UN, Amir Sahid Arafani, maintaining the attack was out of necessity and a proportionate response to Israel's continued aggression in the region.
Israelis must understand that each act of aggression it makes, it's not unpunished.
The United States has pledged its full support to Israel.
The United States is fully supportive of Israel.
Fears are mounting here in New York of a potential all-out regional war, something that has the UN Secretary General worried. Antonio Guterres saying this deadly cycle of tit-for-tat violence must stop. Jody Jacobs, New York.
Thousands of American dock workers have been striking for a second day. The US president is backing the workers, saying they should be offered a strong and fair contract. Sally Patterson reports from New York.
Around 45,000 port workers stopped working on Tuesday and remain on the picket line on Wednesday. It's the biggest strike of its kind in almost 50 years. Workers are demanding a 77% pay rise over the next 6 years, and they want assurances their jobs will be safe against automation. The United States Maritime Alliance, representing the industry, has offered a 50% pay rise over that period. Now, roughly half of all US imports arrive by water, and a blockage of this scale could see shortages at home, plus disruptions across the globe.
A California doctor has pleaded guilty to charges connected to the death of actor Matthew Perry. The star of TV sitcom Friends was found dead in his hot tub last year after a ketamine overdose. The charges are related to distributing the drug. Ira Spitzer has more.
Mark Chavez pleaded guilty in a Los Angeles courtroom, admitting to diverting ketamine from his clinic to another doctor, who then sold the drug to Matthew Perry. Chavez entered the plea as part of a cooperation agreement with authorities and faces a maximum sentence of 10 years.
From viewers worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tons of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main headlines again. A US resident is among the 6 killed by an Israeli attack on Beirut. Thousands of American dock workers have been striking for a second day over better pay and protesting automation. And a California doctor is pleading guilty to conspiring to distribute the drug ketamine in connection to the death of actor Matthew Perry. There's more from us on X, formerly Twitter, at Feature Story. And that's the latest Feature Story news. Chris Gilbert reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Friday Eve, a.k.a. Thursday, 3rd day of October coming on. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone, about an hour from now, we'll welcome our friends on the West Coast into a new day. Hello to Roki this morning, who says, I know where you were on this date in 1995. Oh, yeah? Where were we? You were watching the O.J. Simpson jurors return with the verdict. October 3rd, 1995. O.J. Simpson acquitted. You're right. That's, I don't know if I was watching or listening on the radio at the time. One way or the other, everybody was glued to the verdict, right? If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. I remember that well. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Did someone say, do your due diligence. See if you can find a more intelligent caller.
Steve, listen, as sure as the Sundance will rise each morning, the Sundance will fall. Hey, Steve, he's right. Sundance is absolutely correct. Just don't buy it. It's that simple. If it's a luxury, Steve,
you don't need it.
If it's food or water or medicine, it kind of changes things a little bit, don't it? God almighty, man. Steve, what do you say to that, man? Just don't buy it. Okay. Well, yeah. If it's a luxury, okay, fine, don't buy it. I don't need it.
Help me out here. Am I confused? I mean, has supply and demand never been an issue? Back in the day, if you didn't have any chickens and you didn't have any eggs and you wanted to make an egg sandwich, you had to barter with somebody to get something. And, well, depending on who had them, they could charge what they wanted. Now, if the neighbor has more of them than you do, than the other guy, it's supply and demand.
He's trying to say that the laws of supply and demand is BS. Just don't buy it. What is he willing to pay to feed himself or his family? And if food is scarce, is he just going to say, nah, not paying that price? Steve, I'm in a union. Been in the union for 32 years. I ain't allowed to strike. Absolutely not. I can have a blue flu, I guess, and call in sick, but I'm not allowed to strike. All this defund the police that's been going on last several years, brought on to you by the whacked out communist left, socialist, trying to win the presidency of the United States of America. Steve, if all the cops in this nation, we're striking, man. We want more money. We're not going to come to work until you guys get this resolved. What do you think would happen?
Chaos in the streets.
To Cheeball's point, if there's a union that is that large and that powerful that it can literally bring this country to its knees, so to speak, Steve, how much stuff comes through these ports, man? Come on, we found this out during COVID, right? Lack thereof. I don't know. Should they be allowed to strike? I don't know, man. I think listen, if you don't like the job you're in, you don't think you're making enough money, you can always go somewhere else and work. Maybe the employer will wake up and, maybe we need to pay these people more money. They keep leaving.
Mm-hmm.
They keep quitting on us, man. Maybe we should pay them a little more. All right, man. That's all I got. Got squares to roll, uniform to wash. I got tomorrow night still.
Got one night. Yeah, what the hell? Put it off another day.
Yeah. But, all right, my man. Hey, T-minus, what are you down here till the cruise?
T-minus, yeah. Well, I mean, 1 week, 1 week from this morning will be our last program before we head out.
Oh, boy. All right, reruns it is.
That's my understanding. Sorry.
It's what it is.
You can't find it in yourself to make it into the secret bunker?
Well, if I was off, and Steve, if I'm not mistaken, I think I took that time off. Thinking I might be heading down there with you. Anywho, all right, my man. Everybody hunker down, stay safe, stock up on food and water. Thanks for taking the call.
And don't worry about supply and demand. Just don't buy it. All right, so yeah, we are kind of paying attention. They're talking about a brewing tropical feature over the southern Gulf, almost certain to bring some disruptions from heavy rain, even flooding to Florida next week. While the exact track or intensity of the feature unfolding have yet to be determined, they are confident Florida will bear the brunt of this time around. Bernie Rayno says at this time the intensity will range from it could be a sprawling tropical rainstorm to perhaps a strike from a more compact full-blown hurricane. Either way, showers, thunderstorms will gather from the western Caribbean to the southwestern Gulf of Mexico at midweek. While the activity is not organized, nearly every indicator suggests that a feature will form in the southwestern Gulf from late this weekend to the middle of next week, tracking northeastward across the Florida Peninsula. Now, the two pieces of energy will likely combine to spur development in the southwestern Gulf in the coming days. One piece is heading westward from the Caribbean. The other piece is associated with a tropical depression near Mexico in the eastern Pacific. The consolidation process will be slow, likely to take several days. It should develop and take place in the southwestern Gulf and move along a narrow east-northeast path toward the Florida Peninsula. There is the time and potential for this to strengthen into a tropical storm or hurricane. Warm waters are sufficient in the path, generally in the mid-80s along the way. Wind shear from the southwestern to the southeastern and east-central part of the Gulf, relatively low to areas further north over the Gulf. The belt of wind shear and a zone of high pressure that'll move in across the south-central and mainland areas of the southeast will prevent this storm from moving toward Texas or the southern Appalachians. Either way, regardless of intensity, this will feature a swath of drenching downpours, especially for the central and southern parts of the peninsula next week. Rain likely to fall over a several-day stretch, unless a more condensed hurricane forms. In this case, the heaviest rain may be focused over 1 day, but could be more intense. Anyway, the risk of flooding downpours ramp up early next week and may persist into midweek depending on the intensity and forward speed of the feature, but many inches to maybe a foot of rain may fall in some locations. We'll get to Plowboy. Going to be checking in here. And the anonymous hippopotamus. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, Plowboy on board. What's happening, Plowboy?
Good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. Boy, you brought up something there a little bit ago. I just happened to think. All of them that was in that courtroom damn near are all gone now, ain't they? OJ, the prosecutor, and Cochran. That was a famous words for Manny and me. But don't fit it, got to quit.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. I forgot how, yeah. I can imagine that was back there in 95. Wow. But, now, Steve, as a Knucklehead Jr., would that be Sundance? Remember last night, Wall said there in his, he said, I'm just a Knucklehead. I think that Sundance ought to be Junior. I don't think you've had a dumber caller, maybe other than the minister call in, and I think he's on the minister's payroll. Just because how dang stupid can a man be to say the garbage that Sundance said? I mean, I can't figure this one out, Steve. But, there again, here we go. I'm very worried about this. On our shipping side of it, not the receiving, the shipping side. We got crops in the field, crops going to the port. We got elevators getting full. All the Heartland. Well, if we can't even get on container ship to go somewhere. What are we going to do with it here at the house? Plus, wheat season. We're in the middle of planting. What about all the fertilizer we got to get?
Yeah.
We're going to be getting fertilizer in. I mean, extenuating circumstances all the way around. And people like Sundance does not care, does not understand what's going on. And when we got the problems with the Carolinas, like with over where Monkey Gathers and them are at, look at the Tar Heel. I did talk to Fat Rat. He survived all this crap. He said he had a few trees down, that's all, and electricity was out. That's all he had. But he seemed like he was in pretty good health still. But I got a question. Thinking about Kamala's old man. Could we not say she's harboring a fugitive in her house? Look at how many convictions they threw at Trump over that hush money he paid that gal.
Right.
If he paid her a hush money, he's a fugitive, isn't he? Should he not be, or declared one at least? Shouldn't this be something that might keep her out of the election? Am I right or am I wrong? Or am I misthinking?
Technically, it's the kind of thing that happens every day in this country. I mean, how many there in D.C. and the House and the Senate have had these sort of things, charges, groping, fondling, whatever, and they just pay them off and go away. And nobody gives a damn except for Donald Trump.
Exactly. Oh, that's right. You're right. I'm sorry, Steve. I misspoke. I forgot. I'm talking about a damn Democrat where Trump's on the good side of everything. He's a Republican conservative, and they hate people like him. Oh, yeah, I forgot we were in the deplorable page. Okay. Now, who are you predicting? I got to jump to sports just for a minute. I was happy to see being an Alabama fan, we beat Georgia, but I was sure sitting on the edge of my seat on that game. But, it's just one of them things. Did you happen to catch the sports scores out of the Kansas City area fine early morning?
I can't say that I did. No, it's
we got
the Royals,
the
right?
Baltimore Royals.
Okay.
Yep. We're on our way to play with the Yankees. So one of our wild cards are over. So I hope we can repeat by beating the stones out of them Yankees. It's anybody's game right now still. I don't know. I just pull for a Royal and send my Cardinals kind of left off quickly. So now I don't have too much. Just by the way, this morning it was damn cold up here in Kansas City. I mean, 43 degrees when I got out of here at 5:30 this morning. I mean, a little bit early, but we're going to be. I think we got 2-day time highs this next 3 or 4 days. Back in the 90s. Other than that, I'm glad you made it through your surgery. Everything going all right with you now. So
one day at a time. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, now Major League Baseball playoff underway. Yes, indeed. So I guess some of the wild cards have wrapped up. Royals moving on. Orioles out. And we got moving on. So the Tigers will be facing the Guardians. Game 1 Saturday. Royals versus the Yankees, as he just mentioned there. Saturday, that'll be the evening game, 6:30. Dodgers versus the Padres, little West Coast rivalry action there. Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Now, who will face the Phillies? Yet to be determined. I guess that's between the Brewers and the Mets, right? Because that'll be that game tonight, Mets and Brewers. It is 844-844-3388. So we touched earlier that, the final coal-fired plant shuttered in the UK. Meanwhile, here on this side of the pond, we're talking about maybe reopening some shuttered nuclear power plants. There's discussion about the supposed undamaged reactor at 3 Mile Island. Then you've got the Palisades nuclear reactor in Michigan. Where word comes down this past day, Holtec is the company wanting to reopen that facility, found corrosion cracking in steam generators far worse than expected, according to the newest nuclear power regulator. The Biden administration finalized this week a $1.52 billion conditional loan guarantee to the Palisades plant, part of an effort to support nuclear energy, because it's virtually emissions-free power, to curb climate change. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission spokesperson said Holtec must ensure the generators will meet the NRC requirements if they authorize returning Palisades to operational status. Holtec said they want to return the plant to operation late next year. A summary of an early September call between the NRC and Holtec published this past day said indications of stress corrosion cracking in the tubes in both the plant's steam generators far exceeded estimates based on previous operating history. It found 1,163 steam generator tubes had indications of stress cracking. Now, there's actually more than 16,000 tubes in the units, but all right, we'll get our news break here. Good to have you on board. A Thursday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. At least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. It's the first Israeli strike in the area as it targets Hezbollah. Israel's also promising to respond against the missiles launched against it by Iran on Tuesday. President Joe Biden says the US would not support retaliation that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Alistair Burt, a former UK government minister for the Middle East, says he can't see an end to the violence in the immediate future.
Israel is making decisions in its own interests for its own security as it sees it and has done for a long time. There will be no ceasefire unless Prime Minister Netanyahu decides it is in his interests and the interests of the State of Israel. He doesn't need to listen to the United States so much at the moment. Other states in the region don't have the same leverage and influence.
US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. The filing claims he engaged in a private criminal effort to challenge the results. Donald Trump says it's a hit job and accuses prosecutors of egregious misconduct. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. Chris Gilbert reports from FSN Tokyo.
The dead World War II shell exploded on the taxiway of Miyazaki Airport in Japan's southwest, scattering asphalt over the tarmac. Video footage shows a black cloud of dust and debris shooting up from the ground just 2 minutes after an aircraft passed nearby. The taxiway was closed for an investigation after a hole 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep was found. That's 22 by 3 feet. The government confirmed on Wednesday a US-made bomb was the cause of the explosion. Miyazaki Airport was formerly an airbase of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has often been affected by discoveries of unexploded US bombs from World War II. 2 unexploded shells were found in 2011 and another in 2021. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
FEMA's warned it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's US hurricane season. The Emergency Management Agency says its resources have been stretched thin by relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene. Ira Spitzer reports.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said FEMA has enough money to meet its immediate needs, but warned that funding would run out if another major hurricane hits. The agency has been delivering supplies such as meals, water, and generators to regions in the southeast that have been devastated by Hurricane Helene, which made landfall last week. The storm has killed more than 150 people and caused massive damage. Earlier this week, President Biden said that he might request an emergency spending package from Congress for recovery efforts.
FSN's Ira Spitzer reporting from California. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, let's get to the anonymous hippopotamus. What's up?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, I was calling there for the Sundance kid there. Yeah, I hate to admit it, but I think Pappy's writing a little bit on the luxury side. You know, if you don't want to spend your money, save your money, don't buy the luxury. You know, I can tell you, I probably been to Major League. You just got talking about the playoffs and the wild card net, and I guess the O's didn't make it. But I bet you I can tell you that for seeing Major League games, I guess I need maybe two hands to count the total number of Major League games I've ever been to for baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Never been to an NFL game, you know, never spent the money on a ticket for an NFL game. And not even sure if I've even been, don't tell Rambler this, I don't even know if I've been to the NHL. Now, I've seen AHL games, and I've seen a lot of AAA ball, but I'm not even sure if, you know, I don't even think I went to see an NHL game, even when number 99 was on the ice, the great one, Your Honor, the GOAT. You know what I'm talking about, right? Wayne Gretzky.
Gretzky, yeah.
But
I've never, believe it or not, I've never been to an NHL. Yeah, years and years ago, we had the Cincinnati Stingers. I was a kid. I thought that was an NHL team, but apparently it was not. And of course now we got the Cyclones. I've been to a couple of those games, but that's not the NHL either.
Yeah. We had the American Hockey League up there, so we used to go see the Rochester Americans there play up there, and I think the last two jerseys that I've owned, I think in baseball was Thurman Munson, and I'm pretty sure in football it was Terry Bradshaw. Does that tell you what sports teams I supported, Your Honor? Yeah. Anyways, but anyways, that's the dates, and I don't do anything to really support what I believe is the overpaid profession of a lot of the sporting stuff. Now I did get into NASCAR a little bit. Not that I did buy. I probably do have 3 or 4 Intimidator shirts, and I got a half dozen different die casts that the whatever 132nd or whatever they are cars there. I got probably a half dozen of them, but really in the last 20 years since 2001, what was it? February 18th, 2001 we lost Dale Sr. Really, I haven't invested in that because I haven't cared for the way they treat the fans and the way they decided to operate their sport. So yeah, you don't have to spend your money on that stuff, and you can choose how you spend your money, but as far as it goes, the food, water, clothing, you're going to need warm clothes in the winter here pretty quick. You were just saying how you're wearing your sweater. You're gonna need boots to put on your feet. You can't go without this stuff. I mean even in the old days there when the people lived out west, and even down where they're having the problems right now from Helene, how many people down there went barefoot all summer because they saved up to sell a hog? They took the money from selling a hog and that to buy winter clothes so that they had could survive through the winter time. But it's about there's always been supply and demand, and whether you need horseshoes, and there's one blacksmith in town and you give him 3 chickens for a horseshoe, and well then a second blacksmith comes into town and he's only taking 2 chickens for a horseshoe. Well then you get a better price because there's more supply. So anyways, it's always been there, and just another example of the way things were in the old West there. If you remember that the woman that was running the log cabin there with the dirt floor, remember how pleased she was when she got that glass window pane that came in on the train from Philadelphia? I don't know what that means, anything or not, but anyways, but in a way, Sundance, and as Pappy said, he was right in kind of his basic theory, but it doesn't fit for all purchasing.
Correct.
For things that you do need and have to live and survive.
And there's and how much of our, first of all, we know we make zero antibiotics here in the USA. Yeah, most of our blood pressure medications and tons of our medications that we rely on to stay alive are imported. India, China. And what we do make here, those raw ingredients come from primarily India or China. I don't know about you, but I guess when it comes down to the last of my life-saving medicine, how much you willing to pay for that?
There you go. Yep, I take my 3 pills a day there, so you're right. And what will you pay? And you already said what was it? There was something you were looking to get, and because you're supposed to do it through the mail, and you needed to get it today, and you can't wait for the mail. How much they wanted to charge, and it's a crazy mixed up world what we got going. But you're right, and Philip, in a way, Philip's right there. We got to have a lot more that's in done in our country, but that takes us back to what we were there before World War I, which they called isolationism. That's a term that a lot of people don't want to have. But as much as Donald Trump wanted to have free trade through the world, he did also understand that we have to make sure that we're protected in this country to have all the basic necessities we need to survive without relying on the rest of the world. And but there's a fine line there that we have to run between the one world order and isolationism of the United States. So I don't know. There's a lot of times I think we need to pull back and just protect our own and not worry about anybody else. But I don't know. We'll see how it all works out there. But there's a couple more of my 2 cents. Whether it's worth 2 cents or not in this economy, I don't know. We'll have to see. Just see what the inflation ends up after this strike. Anyways.
All right. Well, good to hear from you. Thank you very much. Safe travels. Moving that propane along the East Coast, 18 before the hour. And, well, good morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. I thank you for taking my call. Yeah, Horse Feathers talked about he could count the number of professional baseball games he could get attended on both hands. Well, I can count them on one.
Oh, yeah? None, really?
I've never been to one. Actually, I've decided a long time ago with all the salaries and the way things are, it just ain't worth it to me to go to a ball game. I went to one NFL game, and actually my dad took me back in the early 90s. It was like a year or two before Baltimore Ravens was formed, the expansion team. It was a preseason game between the Miami Dolphins and the New Orleans Saints. Of course, Don Shula was the coach of the Baltimore Colts back in the late 60s, back when they had their run. They lost to Joe Namath and then also won a couple of years later. And that was before the Baltimore Colts had went over to the AFC. It was still AFL and NFL. That can get a little confusing. And actually, I got to meet Johnny Unitas while I was down there, a great Colt quarterback. I'll get it out here in a minute. Yeah, I've never been to an NHL game. I just don't see spending all that money to go to a professional game. I'd rather go watch a minor league, or better yet, go watch the Little League, watch the little kids play. It gets more interesting. They put more heart into it. I'd rather watch a college football game than a professional football game. So let's face it, even the colleges, they're getting to pay the players now. I'm sure that'll hurt the quality of the game. I don't know. Years ago, I read a book. It wasn't written by him, but it was written by a ghostwriter. But it was The Book of Baseball by George Herman Ruth, none other than Babe Ruth. Have you ever heard of that book, Steve?
I think I've heard of it, but I've not read it, no.
Well, it's rather interesting, and it was written in the late 20s, of course, the height of Babe Ruth's career. He said he was talking about how the salaries have went up in baseball. Now imagine this. He said in the book that he heard that Ty Cobb was worth right at $1 million. That's a what? A 5-game salary? Some of these players today.
Yep.
He was worth almost $1 million, and he made the comment one year that he made more money than the president. Well, somebody asked him, said, "You made more money than the president?" He says, "Yeah, but I had a better year," and laughed about it. it could be rather interesting. He was talking about back in the 1880s, he'd heard a story that this one professional team was noted for going in second base with the spikes up to bust up a double play. Well, of course, they always stayed in boarding houses when they was the visiting team. There was the team that was coming in to play, and always the other team would walk by to size up their opponents, right? Well, the other team walked by, and these guys are out there sharpening their spikes with files. Yeah, kind of changed their mind about going in spikes up. Yeah, it's a rather interesting book. If anybody gets a chance to read it, I'd encourage them to. My stepdad had the copy I read, and actually it was original copyright. I don't know whatever become of that book. I haven't seen it in probably 30 years or more. I'm hoping it didn't get lost somehow over the decades. Yeah, it was not in the best of shape, but it was decent shape, and I believe it was the original copyright, so it's probably worth a little bit of money. Sundance is at it again. I mean, we've all pretty much heard or read of the stories about how out west how much stuff was out on the frontier, how, the average person could not afford practically anything. You had everything you made for yourself as best you could. Maybe go down to the general store, get some flour and stuff like that. I mean, this is supply and demand, I'm sure, goes back to almost the beginning of time, like you brought up the barter system. And really look at supply and demand up there in like North Dakota when they was doing the fracking and stuff, and how that they was, I know that's modern times, you could say that's nationalism, not nationalism, but corporate greed or whatever. But you remember the reports, a little old house trailer would cost you thousands of dollars a month to rent it. People were making $30 an hour at the one McDonald's nearby and stuff like that. Yeah, supply and demand. There was practically nothing there. And once all this fracking started, and people needed a place to stay, to pay them, to work in them oil fields and such. It's not just corporate greed. And he's probably one of these people saying, well, that's a McDonald's. That's a corporation. That's a corporation. They're rich. No, as anybody that knows the fast food business, there's most of those
franchise operations,
restaurants, so-called franchise operations.
Yep.
If they own more than a half dozen, it's unusual. It's like 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is a franchise operation. I know a man that owns one. His profit margins have been cut so bad with competition in our area. He literally had to sell 2 of his stores off. He's only got one left, and they put in a Sheetz across the street from it. And, well, I know the manager, and me and my wife are friends with the assistant manager, and know him, but don't know him well. Not like the manager and assistant manager. And they said the profits are down by 20% since they opened up that Sheetz. The first month they opened that Sheetz, their profit was down 40%. Now, anybody that knows business is a 20% cut in revenue will darn near put a business under if it continues, unless some serious changes are done, and then it might not still survive. But that's competition there. And anybody that's been in the 7-Eleven in recent years, and at least the ones in my area, they really don't look that much different than they did 30 years ago. My mom was a manager for 7-Eleven for many years, and it's just they never kept up with the times. They're building a Wawa in the city of Winchester, which I live 20 minutes from town, and for years there was never a Wawa on the west side of the Blue Ridge, but there was never a Sheetz on the east side of the Blue Ridge there in Virginia. But sheep started building on that side of the mountain, so Wawa is starting over here. It was kind of not a written agreement, so.
But you've got competition now. Competition, and then you got pricing competition because there's supply and demand. All right, the Grump wanted to. He had to respond to Sundance.
Yeah, he he used my name in vain, so I'm gonna come back on him here. What I was saying there was just a comparison. Somebody could have the cost of an abortion, but they can't afford the gas to get there. It's called a metaphor, you dumbass. Don't you understand that? I swear that guy fell out of the idiot tree and hit every damn limb on the way down. But, he talked about shipping, the cost of what it cost him to ship something from, he sounds too stupid to own a business, so I really don't believe he owns one. But anyway, he said something about he used to pay $6,000 for something. Now he's paying $30,000.
Right.
Does he have any idea what it's costing today to ship something from China? Containers. The average container ship holds about 15,000 containers. It takes about 7 days to unload once they get here in the port. All right. It takes 46 days to get from China to the port of New York or port of New Jersey, in that area. About 46 days. The cost of that fuel is $208,000 a day. That's what it costs to burn the fuel. That's $9,568,000 for that 46-day trip. What do you think the insurance on all that's going to cost, Steve? On those 15, it's not a global deal. You got to pay per container. They have to pay per container, and they average each container averages about $500,000 worth of stuff in there, on average. It's going to cost about $15 million worth of insurance on those. So when you add all this up, you look at that's about 15 million. But when you start adding all this stuff up and you look at the fees and everything that's shipping that these people get hit with, well, let's just take a look at them here. All right, let's use the port of New Jersey here, or whatever. Port charges, that's fees for the docking for the facility itself. The pilot fees. It has to have a union pilot bring it into the port. You got tugboat charges. You got terminal handling charges. That's unloading of the containers. You got agency fees. That's the logistics company that gets it in there. You got inspection fees. Before that thing can get unloaded, somebody has got to get up on there and inspect every damn container, all this other stuff, and make sure that there's no, there's nothing of disease or anything else coming in. You got berth charges. That's the docking space of the ship. You got wharfage charges there for loading and unloading of cargo other than containers. Then you got mooring charges. That's when them little union boys run out there and tie the damn boat up. And then you got docking fees, which is based on the length of the ship and the time that it's going to be there. So when you add all that up, it takes about 7 days to unload one of them damn container ships. That's about $100,000 right there in fees that these people have to pay. When you got ships lined up halfway to China, one shipping company is coming in. That's a lot of damn money. Especially on the fuel charges. Fuel, that's $208,000 a day for the fuel, for what they burn. And stuff's like oil. I mean, it's some thick stuff. But
bunker fuel.
This guy, I don't know what the hell his problem is. But he sounds, after he gets off the phone, you honestly feel dumber. It's like, damn, did I just get hit in the head with something, or listen to this clown? Every time you turn around, he gets on there with something. And the reason that we didn't have a lot of supply and demand back in the early 1900s, late 1800s in that area, we didn't have 360 million people in there, you dumbass. Today everything is based off of supply and demand. And who do we get to thank for that? Good old, he signed the damn deregulation bill. That was Jimmy Carter signed it in the Law and Motor Carrier Act. That supply and demand actually started kicking people in the butt then, because manufacturers didn't warehouse anything any longer. They kept it on trailers. That just-in-time freight was born out of all that.
Mm-hmm.
So supply and demand means everything under the sun. I mean, I'm sorry he's too damn stupid to understand that, but that's just the way it is, man. Everything is based on, the only thing that can really be manipulated off of supply and demand, I would say, would probably be fuel or oil. When you got countries or places that are going to hold back a little oil, they're going to cut production for whatever damn reason just to drive the cost back up. Well, that was the idea behind Donald Trump when we became energy independent, was to flood the market with oil to bring it down so it was more affordable, a hell of a lot more affordable. Shipping companies weren't paying that. Right now, 60% of the cost to ship them goods over here is fuel costs, 60%. And when you add every damn thing up on that, after all the costs and stuff like that, ships right now are running about 18 to 20% on a profit margin, but that fluctuates just like trucking does. So I don't know. I tell you what, this guy, he's I don't know. He needs to take an economic class or something like that. I don't know. But he lives in this dreamland where he sits there and goes, well, it's not nothing based on supply and demand. What the hell is it based on then, fool? I mean, what is cost if it's not based on demand? Hell, anybody could just throw a number up there and say, I've got 1 million widgets here. Nobody wants to buy them. Well, I think I'll charge $1 million each for them. How many of them are you going to sell?
Right. Any product is worth what someone's willing to pay for it, essentially. But we pause.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. At least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. It's the first Israeli strike in the area as it targets Hezbollah. Israel's also promising to respond against the missiles launched against it by Iran on Tuesday. President Joe Biden says the US would not support retaliation that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Alistair Burt, a former UK government minister for the Middle East, says he can't see an end to the violence in the immediate future.
Israel is making decisions in its own interests for its own security as it sees it and has done for a long time. There will be no ceasefire unless Prime Minister Netanyahu decides it is in his interests and the interests of the State of Israel. He doesn't need to listen to the United States so much at the moment. Other states in the region don't have the same leverage and influence.
US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. The filing claims he engaged in a private criminal effort to challenge the results. Donald Trump says it's a hit job and accuses prosecutors of egregious misconduct. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. Chris Gilbert reports from FSN Tokyo.
The dead World War II shell exploded on the taxiway of Miyazaki Airport in Japan's southwest, scattering asphalt over the tarmac. Video footage shows a black cloud of dust and debris shooting up from the ground just 2 minutes after an aircraft passed nearby. The taxiway was closed for an investigation after a hole 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep was found. That's 22 by 3 feet. The government confirmed on Wednesday a US-made bomb was the cause of the explosion. Miyazaki Airport was formerly an airbase of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has often been affected by discoveries of unexploded US bombs from World War II. 2 unexploded shells were found in 2011 and another in 2021. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
FEMA's warned it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's US hurricane season. The Emergency Management Agency says its resources have been stretched thin by relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene. Ira Spitzer reports.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said FEMA has enough money to meet its immediate needs, but warned that funding would run out if another major hurricane hits. The agency has been delivering supplies such as meals, water, and generators to regions in the southeast that have been devastated by Hurricane Helene, which made landfall last week. The storm has killed more than 150 people and caused massive damage. Earlier this week, President Biden said that he might request an emergency spending package from Congress for recovery efforts.
FSN's Ira Spitzer reporting from California. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tons of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar-generated energy. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, at least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. And US agency FEMA says it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's hurricane season. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty, and just like that, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, hello to Rick in Columbus. Good morning. Hope your week's going well. See what's going on with the inbred redneck.
Well, good morning, Mr. Summers, buddy. It's been a rough go. Buddy, we have been without cellular service for a week. Just now got it back. Because of all the storms and stuff.
Right. You're like southeast Kentucky?
Yeah. Yeah, we got some flooding up here. I mean, it wasn't as bad as, Tennessee and North Carolina and all that, but we got a little bit, but a lot of it was, it rained a week before the damn tropical storm got up here, so yeah, it was getting pretty rough there for a while, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's a lot of people without power up here. I was without power for a while, but I had to back up. And got the generators. I got solar panels too, but it's sort of like that thing talking about them there people over in England and whatnot. Cloudy days, them solar panels don't do too well, It's like I got 2,000 watts. There's 2 kilowatts, buddy. And dang on them cloudy days, even after all that stuff, buddy, I was only bringing in maybe 500 watts an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's a big decrease in that deal, but, yeah, I heard old Sundance on there, buddy. He may have a point there a little bit, Steve. I get what he's saying a little bit, but there's a lot of things, Americans going out there and buying toilet paper as usual. That is all women stuff. You know that, buddy? The women, they're probably one reason the McDonald's have raised up the prices on the value meals and the value menu and all that. Buddy, just think about how many napkins these daggone women have stolen over the years and stuffed in their purse. I mean, look in your car. I'm sure the princess has lined you out with all kinds of napkins in your glove box. And
right.
Everything else.
Napkins,
buddy.
straws, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Always got to be prepared. Can't never tell when you got a tinkle there, gals. But, yeah, you're driving up the prices, gals. And a lot of people are freaking out, Steve. And they're not really thinking things through. I mean, the one product they should really think about, especially if you're hardcore addicted, the biggest addiction in America, what I call it, is coffee, Steve. Coffee. I mean, we ain't growing no coffee up here, are we, buddy? It's getting crazy. Maybe somebody's growing coffee in the United States, but I'm unaware of it. But, yeah, daggone, old Sundance, he's going on about all that stuff. Now, Steve, you can look this up, buddy. You can look this up. I remember reading a big old article about this one time. It's been a few years back. But there was a feller in India. Now, I don't know if he was Buddhist or Hindu or whatever, but I know he was in India.
Okay.
And you know, the Buddhists, they believed old Buddha went and sat under a lotus tree for like 2 years and survived on nothing, just what the people around would bring to old Buddha, you know. But this fella in India, he would get up every day. He would go sit in the sun, let the sun shine on him directly, and stare at the sun, and he would have 1 cup of coffee a day, and that was it. That's all he lived on, and he done that for like 10 years, buddy. So, but the point of it is, Sundance ain't thought all this all out. You know, where are you going to get the coffee from if the ports are shut down? I mean, a lot of people don't know it, but, you know, the port of New Orleans, that's pretty much where most of the coffee in the United States comes through. You know, at least the coffee beans anyway. But yeah, it's been crazy, buddy. All the flooding and stuff. I went down there to Irwin, Tennessee. I'm sure it's been in the news. Y'all have heard all about it there. There was a plastic company down there. They told all their employees, you know, just to stay there, and then a bunch of their cars got washed away out of the parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
People are missing from the plastic company.
Yes. Yes.
And it was really sad. Really sad. I feel bad for those people because they were saying that they didn't want to come in that day and even talk to the bosses, and they told them to come on in anyway or they'd lose their job, you know. But, you know, so, you know, everybody cuts their own deal in life, and you got to make up your own mind. Is that dollar worth your life, you know? So, yeah, I just hate to. But I took a trip down there, went down there, and took some supplies down there to Chucky Doak High School. That's in Irwin there. And if anybody's interested in that area, you can take whatever donations you want down there to Chucky Doak High School there in Irwin, Tennessee. You know, so. But, you know, besides that, buddy, now I do see some other problems coming up. I mean, none of these other presidential candidates are going to tell you all this stuff, Steve. We've got a big problem in America. It's these daggone Chinese noodles coming in here. They're poisoning our children. They're poisoning our truck drivers, America's most elite citizens out here. And I'm looking to ban these Chinese noodles. If y'all would so kindly elect me to the presidency of the United States, I'm going to take care of this. No more ramen noodles out there. I'm sure the college kids will be saying they're going to starve to death. But get American, and you can just eat some stovetop stuff.
There you go.
Daggone dehydrate.
I've seen some of these videos on social media and whatnot, looking, you know, opening a pack and putting it under the microscope, and there's like little stuff. Actually, there's something living in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can do the same thing with flour. I mean, look at anything close enough, you're going to find something wiggling around in there.
That's.
I mean.
Yeah, watch out for the weebles, right? Yeah, with flour. Yep. All right, Inbled Redneck, thank you. He mentioned the plastic factory. Yeah, I had that story. Several workers from the Tennessee plastic factory swept away in the floodwaters, leading the survivors to blame the company management for not sending them home before the water reached a dangerous level. Robert Jarvis, who was working at the Impact Plastics factory there in Irwin Friday, told News 5 that he asked to leave after the facility lost electricity and the parking lot flooded. I said, "Can we leave?" And the woman said, "No, not till I speak with Jerry." By the time management dismissed the workers, it was too late. Said we had one way in, one way out. When we were told we could leave, that one way out was blocked off. Before describing how his car began floating away before a good Samaritan rescued him in a truck. Yeah, came up, picked us up, saved a bunch of our lives, or we would have all been dead, he said. Another employee, Jacob Ingram, posting videos on Facebook showing just how fast the waters were moving as he took refuge with others on top of a semi-truck driven by an employee from the neighboring Polypipe USA company. Yeah, debris kept hitting the truck, knocked two of the women into the rushing water before the entire vehicle flipped over. Holding on to a plastic band wrapped around large pipes is what saved his life. He said, "I wedged my hands into it, took everything I had to hang on." Yeah, I seen the pipes floating down river, so that's what gave us the idea. We knew they were floating. Now, he and 4 other employees floated for about a half mile before stopping at a pile of debris from where they were actually eventually saved by a Tennessee National Guard helicopter. While several employees were rescued, 6 fellow workers were swept away. Yeah, we were all talking to the supervisors and telling everybody, look, we don't need to be here. Our phone alerts were saying we need to flee the area. They never said anything about it. Supervisor didn't tell us that we could go. Out of the 6 people from the factory that were lost, 3 are dead, 3 still unaccounted for. Rosa Reynosa is one of the employees who still has not been found 5 days later. He said, "I worked with her every day. Yeah, she was so sweet. She didn't need to be missing, or her family don't need to be going through any of this. If they would have just said go, or you all don't need to work today." They knew there was a chance. I mean, we work next to the river. None of this would be happening. Now, one of the confirmed fatalities, 56-year-old Bertha Mendoza, was one of the women who fell off the truck. She was trying to stay afloat with her sister when she became separated, leading to her body being found 2 days later. Mendoza and at least one other victim were actually Mexican nationals. Rosa Reynosa, Lydia Gastelum, and Monica Coran still have yet to be found. Now, the company says they didn't do anything wrong. We didn't wait too long to send employees home, according to the manager, saying employees were dismissed by management to return to their homes in time for them to escape the industrial park. Well, obviously that wasn't the case. But yeah, tragic.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at ooida.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, around the country, the discussion about the passing of Pete Rose, his not being in the Hall of Fame. ESPN's Stephen Smith actually voicing sharp criticism of Major League Baseball as the league's all-time hits leader passed away Monday. During the Tuesday broadcast of First Take, where he passionately denounced MLB's continued refusal to induct him into the Hall of Fame, saying, murderers have been let off quicker than Pete Rose has. He also pointed out the standing ovation Rose received during the 1999 World Series, suggesting that public sentiment favored his induction. The American people said, forget all that. We want this man here. We know what he did for the game. Referencing his illegal betting. Adding that his actions, while damaging to himself, should not erase his 23 years of playing career. 4,256 hits, an unbroken record securing his place among baseball's elite players. But of course, tarnished since 1989 when he was banned for life for placing bets on the Reds while managing the team. Now, Giamatti passed away a week after the agreement was signed with Rhodes, leaving Rose's Hall of Fame eligibility in limbo. Since then, 3 successive commissioners, Fay Vincent, Bud Selig, Rob Manfred, all have upheld the lifetime ban. Despite calls from fans and players, Rose remained ineligible. His exclusion from the Hall of Fame has long been a point of contention with many fans and former players who argue that his accomplishments on the field should undoubtedly outweigh the mistakes he made of it all. Former Major League All-Star Jose Canseco echoing this sentiment on social media, stating, "Rest in peace, Pete Rose. another player that should be in the Hall of Fame. And the debate goes on. All right, let me see. Eagle back on board, as a matter of fact. Welcome back, Eagle. What you got for us?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I went on hold until I had to go in the truck. I knew you were going to put me on the radio. I wasn't in the damn truck the last time you put me on. I thought I was going to be on hold for about 30, 40 minutes, but you put me on pretty quick. And then this time, I almost fell asleep again. Yeah, it's been a long day. I've been doing a lot of driving. I stayed up late yesterday and then again tonight. So, it's still pretty busy for me right now. But like they say, Steve, I'm going to talk about the Port situation first before I get to the J.D. Vance and this loser that was there last night. They say that it takes a couple of days or maybe a couple of weeks before the American people are going to feel the effects of this border strike. The strike. Yeah, the strike by these labor people. Here's the sad part about it, Steve, is that it don't sound like they even trying to negotiate right now. I don't know if they still trying to work out a deal and to get this thing over with, because there's really no reason for it to continue. Every day that it goes on, is more and more jobs are going to be lost and more money is going to be lost. They said that every day, I heard another guy say it, every day is worth 6 days, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
It's every day you can double it, triple it. The amount of time, that means it's going to take 6 days to recover for 1 day's loss with all the money and products that's sitting on these ships that can't get unloaded. Joe Biden, I know at this point he's basically useless, but he needs to step in and try to get these people to the table and get this deal over with. That's what I always tell people, Steve. It really doesn't matter when people go on strike and it just goes on and on and on, and then eventually sign a deal. You basically just wasted a lot of time. If you can make a deal after 2 or 3 months, why couldn't you have made a deal in the first week or two? Why are you just sitting around wasting all this time, arguing about money? You might as well go ahead and make a deal now and save everybody a problem. You look at the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, he doesn't want to pay these players, and I don't blame him, $30-40 million a year. So what he does is wait 4 or 5 months and just let it keep going on, dragging on and on and on, saying he's not going to pay. And then next thing you know, you see Jerry Jones on the TV with a pen in his hand signing the guy to a contract. He's paying that guy the same money he was going to pay that guy 6 months.
Right, and all that time wasted. Hey, let's pause there.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. At least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. It's the first Israeli strike in the area as it targets Hezbollah. Israel's also promising to respond against the missiles launched against it by Iran on Tuesday. President Joe Biden says the US would not support retaliation that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Alistair Burt, a former UK government minister for the Middle East, says he can't see an end to the violence in the immediate future.
Israel is making decisions in its own interests for its own security as it sees it and has done for a long time. There will be no ceasefire unless Prime Minister Netanyahu decides it is in his interests and the interests of the State of Israel. He doesn't need to listen to the United States so much at the moment. Other states in the region don't have the same leverage and influence.
US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. The filing claims he engaged in a private criminal effort to challenge the results. Donald Trump says it's a hit job and accuses prosecutors of egregious misconduct. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. Chris Gilbert reports from FSN Tokyo.
The dead World War II shell exploded on the taxiway of Miyazaki Airport in Japan's southwest, scattering asphalt over the tarmac. Video footage shows a black cloud of dust and debris shooting up from the ground just 2 minutes after an aircraft passed nearby. The taxiway was closed for an investigation after a hole 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep was found. That's 22 by 3 feet. The government confirmed on Wednesday a US-made bomb was the cause of the explosion. Miyazaki Airport was formerly an airbase of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has often been affected by discoveries of unexploded US bombs from World War II. 2 unexploded shells were found in 2011 and another in 2021. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
FEMA's warned it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's US hurricane season. The Emergency Management Agency says its resources have been stretched thin by relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene. Ira Spitzer reports.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said FEMA has enough money to meet its immediate needs, but warned that funding would run out if another major hurricane hits. The agency has been delivering supplies such as meals, water, and generators to regions in the southeast that have been devastated by Hurricane Helene, which made landfall last week. The storm has killed more than 150 people and caused massive damage. Earlier this week, President Biden said that he might request an emergency spending package from Congress for recovery efforts.
FSN's Ira Spitzer reporting from California. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here at 844-844-3388. Well, let me see here. Got an email from the Knucklebuster, who is at the home 20 tonight with Tennessee, as he puts it. I'm afraid she'll whoop my butt if I wake her up. But why does America not use the metric system? Because we have a foot fetish. Have a great, blessed day. All right, little baloney from the Knucklebuster. Enjoy that night with Tennessee. I don't get a whole lot of those, do you? If you weren't with us in the first hour before we get back to Eagle, as the dock workers kicked off the strike there Tuesday morning, reports of panic buying at supermarkets almost immediately started spreading via social media. People rushing to buy water, toilet paper, paper towels, and other stuff at the supermarkets. One says, are people panic buying because of the port strike? And photos of the grocery shelves in the water section at their local Kroger. I realize we're probably also low on water due to the aftermath of Helene. But still not great to see this already. Another posts, well, the panic buying is in full swing in my little town, South Carolina. Sam's, 8:30 a.m., no water. Same at Walmart, grocery stores. Yet next, it'll be no toilet paper. Now, someone earlier brought up that I think a lot of this may be people going out to purchase, if it's there on the shelves, purchase to donate and load up some of these trailers for the supply relief that's headed in there to the Carolinas. But they do say major issues at the bargaining table: benefits, wages, rules on automation. Now, the U.S. Maritime Association latest report said they gave a wage increase proposal of 50% over 6 years. That was rejected. Now, the affected ports, represented by the U.S. Maritime Alliance, 3 of the U.S. 5 busiest ports, including New York, New Jersey, Savannah, Georgia, Port Houston. Others like the National Retail Federation pleading with the Biden administration to force them back on the job. A disruption of this scale in this pivotal moment in our nation's economic recovery will have devastating consequences for the American workers, families, local communities. After more than 2 years of runaway inflationary pressure, now in the midst of recovery from Helene, this will result in yet further hardship for American workers. For international destinations, waterborne exports are vital to the farmers. As Plowboy mentioned earlier, they make up over 75% of total U.S. agricultural export volume. The strike we're looking at would mainly disrupt containerized agricultural exports, which account for 30% of U.S. waterborne agriculture export by volume. The remaining 70%, often grains and oilseeds, are shipped via bulk carriers, which are usually managed by independent workforces that would not be affected by the strike. He said farmers could be particularly vulnerable to a strike that lasts more than a week. Could have disastrous impacts on agriculture, depending on how long it lasts. When we think about what commodities are at risk, nearly 80% of waterborne exports of poultry leave the East Coast ports, 56% of raw cotton, 36% of red meat, 30% of dairy products, and even 6% of soybeans all go through those ports, through those containerized exports. Not having an outlet to move those goods will create supply surpluses domestically and reduce prices for the farmers. Supply and demand. The top retailers that could be affected by the work stoppage at the ports: Walmart, IKEA, Samsung, and Home Depot. Last year, Walmart led all U.S. retailers with the most imports to East and Gulf Coast ports. Officials for Walmart say they prepare for any potential disruptions for the supply chain. We do prepare for unforeseen disruptions. We maintain additional sources of supply to ensure we have key products available for our customers when and how they want them, was the word this past day from FreightWaves. But yeah, they actually made the offer a 50% increase. That was up from, I think initially they offered maybe a 40% increase. So these workers are holding out for they want their 77% increase. All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Yeah. Okay, Steve. Yeah, before I get back to the the port situation around the U.S. I wanted to ask you a question about Pete Rose situation. I know Pete Rose comes from the Ohio, Cincinnati area. I don't know his family. He was already pretty old, so I'm pretty sure that his mother and father are probably already dead because he was 83. So I think that he had a son, Pete Jr., I think they said his name was, but I don't know how many kids he had. Have you heard anything about if they're going to bury Pete Rose in Ohio, or are they going to bury him in Las Vegas where he had been living at? Have you heard anything about where he might possibly be laid down?
Actually, at this point, I have not.
Yeah, I just looked on my phone while you had me on hold on Google, and they don't have nothing on there. I don't know. He might, they might want to do it private. Some of these celebrities, they might not want the public to know, when they're going to be burying him. And I guess it might not be a open ceremony, But I was wondering if he was. Hopefully, they'll bring his body back to Ohio and bury him in Ohio, since that's where he was born and raised. That is Cincinnati, played for Cincinnati, but they may, like I said, he has been living in Las Vegas. I will say this, Steve. I tell you one thing. I'm very disappointed, but Donald Trump, he always comes through. Like I said, he always comes through and says what he had to say. He said the same thing I said before. I said it last night that they need to put him in the Hall of Fame before they put him bury this man. And he put it in capital letters. It's on his X channel, Elon Musk X, in his Donald Trump account, and it's written in capital letters for the baseball people to put this man in. Donald Trump feels the same way I feel, Steve, that they treated this man very unfairly, and he deserves to, before he goes, before they lay that man to rest, he needs to know that he was given the Hall of Fame that he truly deserves. So hopefully, hopefully he'll get that. But I'm very disappointed. And one thing, a quick thing about that before I get back to the port deal, Steve, I'm very disappointed. I know these baseball players, they have to be, careful with what they say because they're under contract and they don't want to make their teams mad and the ownership mad. But I'm very disappointed in the amount of support. I'm not hearing a lot of modern day players showing any support for Pete Rose. I know that these guys, 30, 40 years behind Pete Rose playing, they may not, a lot of these guys wasn't even born when Pete Rose was playing. But there should be more outcry. There should be more outcry for Pete Rose, especially the Cincinnati players. They should be speaking up for this man and saying that this man is being screwed by baseball. But that's just the modern society. These people, it's very selfish. They only think about their own damn self. So it ain't no surprise that the modern day players are not supporting Pete Rose. So, but I'm a damn sure support him. I don't care who likes it. But now let me get back to this port situation, Steve. Like I said, it basically makes no sense to go on strike. Like I was giving you an example before you went on break about the Dallas Cowboys. Jerry Jones, he's another one of these old school owners. He's in his 70s, 80-year-old guy who believes in the old school. Players wasn't making that type of money when he purchased the Dallas Cowboys, so he has a real hard time paying somebody $50 or $60 million to play a sport. Okay, so you take the Cowboys, the quarterback Dak Prescott. Everybody knows that this guy is not a $60 million quarterback, but he had no choice but to pay the guy. So Dak Prescott, he waited 4 or 5 months. He just waited and said, "Well, we'll let you know what's going on with negotiations." He didn't really want to sign the deal with the guy. But then when it was all said and done, he ended up giving the guy $60 million a year. And like I said, he could have made that deal 5 or 6 months ago, but he didn't want to make the deal. So it basically goes back to this port situation. Make the deal now. Why do you have to wait? Why do you have to shut the whole damn country down, for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months or however long it's going to take to end this thing when you can end it tonight, when you can sit down at the table and make a deal tonight? And if you really want to make this deal happen, you make this thing happen now. Because eventually they're going to have to give in, Steve. Whoever the port people are trying to negotiate with, this can't go on forever. Eventually somebody going to have to make a deal and sign say that they're going to pay these people a certain amount of money. So you might as well go ahead and do it now and stop playing these games, because that's all it is a game. And it needs to come to a stop because it's affecting people's jobs. It's like you say, car people are going to be put out of business, car salesmen because there's no inventory, auto mechanics, truck parts. We went through the same deal with the pandemic, Steve. It's going to be hard as hell to get parts for trucks and cars because, unfortunately, like I told you last night, we've been sold out by previous presidential administration to the Chinese and the Mexicos and the Canadas and any other country that wanted to get in on the deal, ripping us off. That's why Donald Trump needs to be installed in the White House as quickly as possible so he can put a stop to this nonsense of buying purchases. A lot of people you've gone over this before, Steve. A lot of people, I didn't know that until you said it on the radio. A lot of people don't realize that that these different drugs, chemical drugs that people use, medications, come from China, are made in China, and if China wanted to, they could shut the whole deal down. Same thing like Trump said with the steel, Steve. Steel is now, they don't ship just about all the steel plants over to other countries, China and Taiwan and other countries. If we was to go to war right now, we wouldn't even have no money. We wouldn't even have no damn steel to build ships and planes and whatever else we need. We'd have to talk to China. And what the hell, if we fighting with the Chinese government, you think they're going to send us a shipload of steel?
Right.
So the whole
Right.
thing is stupid. And that's the reason why Trump needs to get back in the White House as soon as possible so we can put a stop to this nonsense. And hopefully that'll happen in the next 30 days. And because right now we're on a losing track, and we need to be producing these things. As a matter of fact, let me say one quick thing, Steve. I was up in Illinois yesterday, and they have a auto plant up it's in Belvedere, Illinois, on Interstate 90, close to Beloit and Wisconsin, and I forgot what, Rockford, Illinois. They got a big plant. They shut the whole damn plant down. Plant don't move out of the country. A big plant just sitting there doing nothing. Just like Trump said, Detroit, Michigan is a ghost town right now because they're building cars and trucks in other countries, in other places. This needs to stop, and it needs to come back to the USA and put America's work back to work, because America's first, as far as I'm concerned. The hell with these other countries. They can figure it out themselves. Only country I'm worried about is the USA. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, I was looking at some of the medicinal imports. What ought we bring in here? We import a large amount of medicine. Imports from China and India, typically, the big ones, increasing rapidly in the last decade. In 2022, the U.S. imported $10.3 billion in pharmaceuticals from China, a 485% increase from just 2020. China is now the fourth largest supplier of medicine to the U.S. after Ireland, Germany, and Switzerland. India and China are the leading sources of generic pharmaceuticals to the U.S. Pharmaceutical imports account for 32.8% of total annual spend on pharmaceuticals by Americans. Now, the FDA, they say, works to ensure that imported medicines meet their standards for quality, safety, and effectiveness. However, there are several ethical and safety concerns related to drug importation, including unapproved drugs. It's generally prohibited to import unapproved new drugs, including foreign-made versions of FDA-approved drugs. The potential for inequitable distribution. Imported medications may have lighter regulatory oversight and, of course, patient safety. Imported medicines may pose risk to patient safety, but more specifically, CNBC this past day said the fallout from the port strike. Some of these blockbuster weight loss drugs, from Wegovy to Ozempic, Mounjaro and Zepbound. These are all going to be caught up in the East Coast trade shutdown. So there's going to be, supply and demand? Suddenly going to be shortages of these particular medications. The expensive weight loss, the diabetes drugs, as I said, Ozempic, Wegovy. Bills of lading, the digital receipts of freight containers show that the delivery mechanisms for insulin and weight loss drugs rely on our East Coast ports. Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly are both heavily reliant on the port of Norfolk. In the past year, Nordisk has imported through Norfolk 419 20-foot equivalent units, or TEU containers, worth of pharmaceuticals and injection devices that contain semaglutide, a compound in its branded weight loss drugs. Novo fine syringes, commonly used for insulin injections, come into the U.S. by ocean freight as well. Nordisk has raked in nearly $50 billion in sales from Wegovy and Ozempic, with most of that revenue coming from the U.S., according to their CEO in recent testimony before the U.S. Senate. Now, they did say they have some mitigation plans in place to minimize or prevent production disruption due to the seaport strikes. We're planning to ship our products to and from the U.S. via air freight. Okay. That'll probably cost a bit more. An Eli Lilly spokesperson said they're actively working to reduce exposure to risks inherent in managing a global supply chain. Let's see. We're watching October numbers, anticipating a surge of air freight for fast-moving and perishable items like produce, seafood, medical supplies, and other just-in-time inventories. Now, the CEO and president of Nuco Logistics, which specializes in pharmaceutical imports and exports, told CNBC that the strike comes at a critical time for inventory replenishment for the drug sector. Now, almost all of this industry is just in time. Raw materials are being brought in to complete drug manufacturing. About 48% of APIs, otherwise known as active pharmaceutical ingredients, used in this country are imported from India. Without these, medications cannot be produced. APIs are also manufactured in Europe, and the U.S. points of entry for those are the East Coast ports. Yes, some of these APIs are critical components needed for manufacturing the blockbuster weight loss drugs. Now, the potential effects of the strike include supply chain disruption, increased shipping cost, inventory shortages, and production delays. Eli Lilly, that makes Mounjaro and Zepbound, said they've been expanding their production facilities in the U.S. as well as Ireland, but it imports some of the APIs from the Swiss manufacturer, Corden Pharma. They produced tirzepatide for 2 of the branded drugs. So the port strike, they tell us, is a risk to medical supplies. It's being broadly monitored by the administration as well as some of our state governments. Earlier this week, the Department of Health and Human Services met with trade associations, distributors, and other stakeholders to take a look at the vulnerabilities and supply chain impacts. Current preliminary assessments indicate immediate impacts across medicines, medical devices, and infant formula for consumers, parents, and caregivers should be limited. The administration is taking action to monitor and address potential impacts on consumers due to the labor dispute on the East and Gulf Coast ports. The East Coast ports, the gateway for generic medicine from India, compounding the problem for the healthcare supply chain is going to be the ripple effects from Hurricane Helene. North Carolina, they had a facility. Baxter International has a key facility in North Cove, North Carolina, that was damaged. They make IV fluids that supply 60% of the U.S. market, including hospitals. That plant is also the largest U.S. supplier of intravenous and peritoneal dialysis solutions. Now, we had just overcome a general shortage of IV fluids that lasted since 2014 due to production issues, recalls, then the higher demand due to COVID-19. In 2023, the FDA still listed 55 IV injection bag related shortages around the country. All right, so in New York, they say they're monitoring, working around the clock to ensure that the grocery stores, medical facilities have the products they need. IV fluids are essential. Hospitals for routine and critical care. In the case of a shortage, elective surgeries may be impacted, and patients have to stay in the hospital maybe longer due to rationing. He added that a similar incident occurred in 2017 when Hurricane Maria devastated multiple pharmaceutical and medical device plants in Puerto Rico that led to shortages of IV fluids and other patient-critical materials across the U.S., and it lasted for years. This strike will result in severe delays, reroutes, and greater uncertainties on the delivery of essential products at countless U.S. ports. Some drug shipments are labeled as high-value pharmaceuticals and low-value pharmaceuticals. Other shipments identified that the APIs used to make some of these drugs, as well as the syringes and disposable needles. All right, 90% of containerized imports of pharmaceuticals are handled by these ports. We were able to identify that only 23 medicines in the critical medicines are only manufactured through foreign sources. So it'll be limited to a certain number of drugs. But all right, final hour coming up.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. At least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. It's the first Israeli strike in the area as it targets Hezbollah. Israel's also promising to respond against the missiles launched against it by Iran on Tuesday. President Joe Biden says the US would not support retaliation that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Alistair Burt, a former UK government minister for the Middle East, says he can't see an end to the violence in the immediate future.
Israel is making decisions in its own interests for its own security as it sees it and has done for a long time. There will be no ceasefire unless Prime Minister Netanyahu decides it is in his interests and the interests of the State of Israel. He doesn't need to listen to the United States so much at the moment. Other states in the region don't have the same leverage and influence.
US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. The filing claims he engaged in a private criminal effort to challenge the results. Donald Trump says it's a hit job and accuses prosecutors of egregious misconduct. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. Chris Gilbert reports from FSN Tokyo.
The dead World War II shell exploded on the taxiway of Miyazaki Airport in Japan's southwest, scattering asphalt over the tarmac. Video footage shows a black cloud of dust and debris shooting up from the ground just 2 minutes after an aircraft passed nearby. The taxiway was closed for an investigation after a hole 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep was found. That's 22 by 3 feet. The government confirmed on Wednesday a US-made bomb was the cause of the explosion. Miyazaki Airport was formerly an airbase of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has often been affected by discoveries of unexploded US bombs from World War II. 2 unexploded shells were found in 2011 and another in 2021. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
FEMA's warned it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's US hurricane season. The Emergency Management Agency says its resources have been stretched thin by relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene. Ira Spitzer reports.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said FEMA has enough money to meet its immediate needs, but warned that funding would run out if another major hurricane hits. The agency has been delivering supplies such as meals, water, and generators to regions in the southeast that have been devastated by Hurricane Helene, which made landfall last week. The storm has killed more than 150 people and caused massive damage. Earlier this week, President Biden said that he might request an emergency spending package from Congress for recovery efforts.
FSN's Ira Spitzer reporting from California. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at the switching off of Britain's last remaining coal-fired power station. It took place on Tuesday, bringing to an end the country's 142-year history of generating power by burning coal. The UK has now become the first major developed economy to turn away completely from coal as a source of energy. The power station at Ratcliffe-on-Soar had been operating since 1968, the shutdown part of the UK's climate change commitments announced in 2015, when coal was still responsible for 30% of the electricity generated in Britain. Sir Simon Lewis is a professor of global change science at University College London and says it's a pivotal development.
I think it's a very important moment that the UK has got out of the dirtiest fossil fuel for producing electricity. And I think we need to remember there's obviously the cultural significance of coal. The climate impacts are really large. Since 1882, we've had 4.6 billion tons of coal burnt in UK power stations. That's more emissions than most countries will produce ever.
Britain is aiming for net zero emissions by the year 2050 and plans to decarbonise its electricity sector by the end of this decade, moving more heavily into wind and solar generated energy. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, at least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. And US agency FEMA says it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's hurricane season. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, here we go. Let's kick off that final hour and plotting a room for you at 844-844-3388. Jump on in. All right, good morning, Pup. What's happening?
Not much there, Steve. How are you doing tonight?
Doing all right. Friday Eve already. Can you believe that?
We still got 2 more days.
Okay.
Hey, I think I told you this before, but Grump was right. Every time you listen to Sundance, you lose a few IQ points. But on another issue, remember when Trump found out that most of our antibiotics and stuff were coming from overseas? He offered incentives and stuff for the companies to start making them here and everything.
So how is it we are now, we're not, 4 years past that, and I don't think a thing has changed as far as making antibiotics.
Well, old dingbat in the White House right now, and no offense to dingbat there in West Memphis, I'm sorry, but they're not working on that and stuff. Hey, do you remember, was it 4 or 5 years ago, a tornado went through one of the Carolinas? Didn't that tear off a roof or something down there at a Pfizer plant or a Lilly plant and stuff? Hopefully they didn't get damaged in that flood. But one thing I was going to bring up, I don't know why this is so hard with them dock workers or the longshoremen and stuff. Granted, I do believe they need a raise and what have you. They're wanting 70% over the next 5 or 6 years, and the company's offering 50%. Why don't they just meet in the middle at 55%? And then have a profit sharing.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds fair to me. And on your news thing, it's the first time I heard that, but if Israel strikes into Iran, I hope they do knock out their nuclear facilities, and I hope they do wipe out every dig blame refinery that they got. But how does a bomb from World War II, what he say, that equaled like 3 feet deep and so many feet wide?
It was, what was it, 7 meters across and 1 meter deep. So it was.
But how many airplanes have landed on that runway?
Well, and I'm thinking,
how did with the pressure?
Right, and how does it? How does that runway get? I mean, it was a taxiway. They were saying a taxiway. How did it get paved over and everything? And
I know
buried for all those years. 500,
yeah,
500-pound bomb.
Just blew my mind. Well, you know, you got to build a base and all that for the heavy weight and what have you. And I thought, how in the world did it last all this time? You'd have thought when they was bulldozing and making it to grade and what have you.
Absolutely.
It would have been off then. But, no, so you're all packed for your big trip?
Not really, but yeah, we're one step at a time. I mean, the Princess has been getting all clothes out and everything, trying to get it lined up. I think she's got one suitcase that's packed for the grandson, but that's about it.
Oh, well, the last thing I had was those stupid British accents on the news drive me nuts anyway, but they are so left-leaning and stuff. And did you hear that, the last couple where they're with Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu? There's not going to be a ceasefire till he wants one.
Okay.
There was a ceasefire. It was on October the 6th of last year. October the 7th is when those other idiots
started things.
The door.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, no, Steve, I love and enjoy your show, and I'm always out here listening. So, you have a great evening, and we'll talk at you later.
Thank you much, Pup. Appreciate you chiming in this morning. So it looks like there is like one plant here in the U.S. that actually makes amoxicillin and Augmentin. USA or U.S. Antibiotics, the only U.S. manufacturer, commonly known as Amoxil and Augmentin. We can go back to look at some of the 2021 when we were in the height of the pandemic. Talking about the quest. The headline was "The Quest to Save American-Made Antibiotics." Market Watch 2021. China has cornered the market on antibiotics, so the U.S. must rebuild its manufacturing capacity. Have we done that? Unprepared is what we are. Yeah, why are we relying on China after all we've been through? Yeah, China's domination of the global drug inputs, it did not happen overnight. But many praised this trend, believing that the outsourcing of America's drug-making capacity would simply yield cheaper prices. Ironically, with Beijing now holding a virtual monopoly on medicine inputs, they can charge monopoly prices. Now, again, this report from Market Watch in 2021, which cited last month China slapped a 100% increase on the price of critical components for antibiotics and acetaminophen sold to drug manufacturers in India. Unfortunately for India, the price increase coincided with a surge in COVID cases at the time in that country. But globally, such heavy dependence on China has little precedent. For example, no country would allow one nation to control 90% of the world's oil supply. In the same way, here, the U.S. must not allow global antibiotic production to be centralized in a single country. Now, remember when the cargo ship ran aground in the Suez Canal and trade was snarled? 200 vessels carrying billions of dollars worth of goods waiting to get through the canal. That sort of a bottleneck could pale in comparison to potential antibiotic shortages if the U.S.-China tensions were to escalate and boil over, say, Taiwan. Trade corridors, supply chains would undoubtedly be at risk of massive disruption, including those freighters expected to bring our life-saving drugs, antibiotics, to our hospitals and pharmacies. Some say we don't need to make antibiotics. They believe the nation can simply stockpile supplies and rely on our allies, but that is foolhardy. How would the strategic national stockpile be replenished, say, if the trade routes were blocked? And allies would need to keep their supplies for their people. That old slogan of build back better, right? As we seek to build back better, what's needed is a public-private partnership to help us prepare for what may be the next pandemic or crisis, whatever it might be. The private market alone cannot fix this, since U.S. companies can't compete head-on with the full resources of the Chinese government. Without a federal partnership to invest in domestic antibiotic manufacturing, the U.S. does not stand a chance. Doesn't matter if you're red, yellow, black, or white, Republican, Democrat, Independent, or Communist. Everyone is vulnerable to illness. Everyone should be equally concerned about a future antibiotic shortage. As this infrastructure debate moves on, Washington must include the rebuilding of such production as a national priority before it's too late. Have we done anything? I don't know. We've spent a whole lot of time and money supporting Ukraine. That's for damn sure. All right, well, moving on to the oil prices. Analysts, when the time comes, Israeli retaliation on Iran could indeed spike prices. When Iran hit Israel on Tuesday, oil prices did jump more than 5% for a time. For months, traders have been downplaying the risk of supply disruptions in the Middle East, focusing on concerns of a potential surplus. We've got falling demand in China, increased output from OPEC+, but Israel has promised a painful response to Tehran. Analysts say may involve targeting their oil facilities. That could significantly impact the global oil supply. There's been a lot of complacency about this war. We do need to think about a scenario where Iranian oil supplies are at risk. According to one analyst speaking to CNBC, Iran, an OPEC member, currently produces 3 million barrels of oil per day. That's their highest output in years. A major portion of those exports pass through Karg Island, a vital hub that could be vulnerable. Now, the exact input would depend on how much damage is done, but the president of Rapid Energy said prices could increase by at least $5 per barrel if Iran's exports of about 1.8 million barrels per day were taken offline. And Iran would then likely retaliate by disrupting oil shipments through the Persian Gulf that would send prices yet even higher. While OPEC has extra capacity to help stabilize the market, a serious disruption may be difficult to manage, especially if it threatens major shipping routes like the Strait of Hormuz. All we know is as the tensions rise, the oil market faces increased uncertainty. So that's where we stand today. Double R, got you coming up.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme.
The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Double R. What's happening this morning?
Morning, brother. How you doing?
Doing all right,
You hear me all right?
Yeah, we're counting down the days. 1 week, Double R.
I know, buddy, and I'm getting nervous because I'm sitting here in Boise, Idaho, waiting on Mercedes to open up where I can deliver this car, and then I have to go down to Utah and deliver one, pick one up, and then head for Georgia, and then down to Florida. So got a lot of miles, a lot of stops in between.
Wow, you got
cruise time.
You got your work cut out for you still.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. I don't know what they could have. I'm not even going to go there, but they could have given this stuff to somebody else. But it is what it is. I'm making money, so. But hey, ain't them? I was listening to a show. Well, it was actually the news coming out of Sacramento when they were talking about the strike, the port workers.
Yeah.
They said they averaged $39 to $40 an hour, and they make up to $200,000 a year. My God, I mean, how much more money do they want? It's crazy. It's gonna put a hurt on everybody. I know that, but I'm sitting here looking at fuel prices. You were talking about that a minute ago. $3.35 at this for diesel here at this Sinclair I'm sitting at. But anyhow, I just wanted to say hello to you, Steve, and I really enjoyed listening to Grump, buddy. I admire that man. He's always right on it. I mean, to a T, buddy. He's good. So, and then I was listening to that moron that you had on there. What's his name? Sundowner or Sundance or some dumbass. I don't know what you call him, but
right?
Yeah, but
everybody's favorite caller. Everybody's favorite.
Oh my! He's an absolute moron. You think you'd get your facts straight before you stick your voice out there on the air and make yourself look like a dumbass, but people don't think. But anyhow, I just wanted to say hello to you, Steve, and let you know that we're trying to get our asses home to the house and get things packed up and get down to the airport. So I'm listening to you, so that's important.
That's what counts.
But
Yes, it is.
So
I just wanted to say hello and good morning to you, and check on you again, see how you're feeling. So I know you're feeling good.
Let's all
your blood pressure is probably up a little bit.
It was earlier, but let's all just hope this tropical system they're talking about next week. They're talking maybe a hurricane crossing Florida. Let's just hope that thing leaves us alone.
Yeah, absolutely. How can they be so short on FEMA funds? I'm not understanding that. There's too many people sticking their fingers in it. It's what it sounds like to me. But
I think they took a bunch of money out of the FEMA funds to be funding and housing these illegals. If memory serves, they did that earlier.
Yeah, I believe you're.
They dipped into the kitty.
Right, and,
yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. And that gentleman that called in was asking you about that tornado. Yeah, it was a Pfizer building that ripped the roof off, the wind that he was talking about. I remember that. It was a Pfizer.
Okay.
So that was a few years back, yeah. So, but anyhow, Steve, I'm going to back out of here. Like I said, I'm listening to you, been listening to you, and I wanted to call in when dipshit call. Oh, sorry, when Dippy called in, but Grump beat me to the punch, and I said, "Well, there it is. I'm gonna let Grump rip my new ass."
Yeah.
Anyhow, it is what it is. So, hey, have a good morning, and we'll holler at you later on. So, you enjoy your morning, my friend.
Thank you. Double R, safe travels. So, yeah, still got some work to do before you can check out for vacation time. A report from Freight Waves as well says importers may be out of luck if they try to make insurance claims for goods delayed or damaged during this strike. The job action is shutting down container and vehicle imports just as the holiday retail season gets underway. Among other goods, it halts shipments of vital medicines, clothing, fresh fruits and vegetables coming in from foreign markets. Any containers left at the ports will remain there for the duration of the strike. Most cargo policies, though, they say, do not include coverage for delay. Most cargo policies include a clause for what is termed strikes, riots, and civil commotion to cover damage from vandalism, sabotage, or malicious acts, among other things, caused by strikers. But shippers could check the fine print. Exclusions in this clause often include damage due to temperature, humidity, withholding of power, fuel, or labor during the strike, as well as the loss of market or damage due to any delay. So it's likely that a refrigerated container of bananas, sitting on monitor during the strike, it could spoil and potentially be a total loss for the shipper. All right, we got a news break. Take care of that. Back to your calls ahead on a Thursday morning. Weekend just around the corner. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. At least 5 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in central Beirut. It's the first Israeli strike in the area as it targets Hezbollah. Israel's also promising to respond against the missiles launched against it by Iran on Tuesday. President Joe Biden says the US would not support retaliation that targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Alistair Burt, a former UK government minister for the Middle East, says he can't see an end to the violence in the immediate future.
Israel is making decisions in its own interests for its own security as it sees it and has done for a long time. There will be no ceasefire unless Prime Minister Netanyahu decides it is in his interests and the interests of the State of Israel. He doesn't need to listen to the United States so much at the moment. Other states in the region don't have the same leverage and influence.
US prosecutors claim Donald Trump resorted to crimes to try and overturn his 2020 election defeat. The filing claims he engaged in a private criminal effort to challenge the results. Donald Trump says it's a hit job and accuses prosecutors of egregious misconduct. Japan's Miyazaki airports reopened after a buried American bomb exploded, forcing the cancellation of more than 80 flights. Chris Gilbert reports from FSN Tokyo.
The dead World War II shell exploded on the taxiway of Miyazaki Airport in Japan's southwest, scattering asphalt over the tarmac. Video footage shows a black cloud of dust and debris shooting up from the ground just 2 minutes after an aircraft passed nearby. The taxiway was closed for an investigation after a hole 7 meters in diameter and 1 meter deep was found. That's 22 by 3 feet. The government confirmed on Wednesday a US-made bomb was the cause of the explosion. Miyazaki Airport was formerly an airbase of the Imperial Japanese Navy and has often been affected by discoveries of unexploded US bombs from World War II. 2 unexploded shells were found in 2011 and another in 2021. Chris Gilbert in Tokyo.
FEMA's warned it may not have enough funding to make it through the rest of this year's US hurricane season. The Emergency Management Agency says its resources have been stretched thin by relief efforts related to Hurricane Helene. Ira Spitzer reports.
Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas said FEMA has enough money to meet its immediate needs, but warned that funding would run out if another major hurricane hits. The agency has been delivering supplies such as meals, water, and generators to regions in the southeast that have been devastated by Hurricane Helene, which made landfall last week. The storm has killed more than 150 people and caused massive damage. Earlier this week, President Biden said that he might request an emergency spending package from Congress for recovery efforts.
FSN's Ira Spitzer reporting from California. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
All right, what do you say? Let's get back to the phones here. And the Grasshopper joins us. Morning, Grasshopper.
Hey. Oh, good morning, Steve. Glad you're doing well after your little procedure there.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I was curious, where do we get most of our urea and stuff to make this DEF for our trucks and all that?
And
I'm not sure. Is it China?
Ukraine, Russia. I'm not sure. But if we can't get the urea, then we can't get the DEF, and that's the domino effect of everything, I guess. Well, it sounds like it's going to happen if it goes on for a prolonged period of time. Yeah. It'd be a hot mess. I guess they're already panic buying down there in the South, what I heard.
Yeah, people buying toilet paper and paper towels, which that's all made here. Ding dongs. I mean, they ain't gonna run out of that.
I call people ding dongs all the time. That's funny. Yeah. But yeah, I was just curious about that urea deal. I don't know. I think we get a lot of it from overseas, so you might look that up. Give you something to do.
I'm doing it as we speak. Let's see. United States is urea imported into the U.S. Yes, we imported urea from Qatar, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Russia, and Algeria. That's the top 5 countries.
Oh, so multiple countries. Okay. Well, Canada probably help us out, won't they?
Yeah. I would think they'd be on our side, but.
Well, won't be on the shipping containers then. Yeah. I'm just trucking across. I'll be on 8094 here shortly, headed to Lafayette. But I usually go through the country from Rock Island. But everything looked green this morning, so much construction. It's just crazy. But I figured I'm early enough. I should be all right.
Okay. Yeah, fall's coming, so we should be beginning to wind down the orange cone and barrel season, shouldn't we?
Well, I hope so. They have made some progress in Joliet. That's better than what it was before, but it's only 2 lanes going through that town. They're making 3 now, so there's a lot of traffic between Joliet and Chicago. Other than that, that's about all I got for you this morning. I just wanted to chime in for a few. So,
all right. Well, hey, thank you for doing so. Appreciate it. Safe travels out there. Hope you make it to your destination. All right. Yeah, keep it between the spotted and the solid, as they say. Is that Larry? Morning.
Yeah, Steve. It's me. I want to get something straight about the bananas. The bananas are not sitting on the porch. They're being shipped every day. Anything that's perishable is being shipped out of these ports. So people don't have to worry about hoarding them and none of that stuff. I've been hauling them for over 30 years, and I'm still hauling them today.
So I mean, are there
all the reports you keep saying?
Yeah, everything I see, every report says clothing, bananas, fresh fruits, vegetables coming from foreign markets. So are there ports that are in operation that are they diverted ports that don't use the long
they got a full crew. The port where I pull out of down in Delaware, they got a full crew there working ever since the strike started. Nothing's changed.
Really?
I'm going in. Yes, the ships are getting unloaded, and we're hauling the bananas out like we do any other day.
So where?
That's what you keep hearing these reports, saying opposite. But I don't know where to get it from because I flew out of Port of Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah,
and they got the Chiquita
and
Dole are both in operation.
Okay, most everything I've shared I've been from FreightWaves is where I've been getting most of my port updates and information. FreightWaves, which is usually a pretty reliable source.
Well, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm hauling them. That's all I've hauled for over 30 years, Steve, is bananas. And we ain't having we're going in. They got the picket lines out. They're not bothering us. But, nothing's being stopped coming out.
Mm-hmm.
The ships are getting unloaded. Matter of fact, Dole got unloaded this weekend. Chiquita's getting unloaded. I'm going back down to get another load today. Go right back where I came from. I'll get one tomorrow from Saturday.
I'll be darned. Okay. So this is really, I don't know, are they making a bunch of hype out of something that really may not turn into anything?
Yeah, they're trying to push the prices up. That's the way it sounds to me.
Okay.
I mean, bananas ain't going to last you on your counter but so long anyhow, period.
Well, yeah, they said, by the time they hit the stores within 2 weeks, they're brown or black, right?
Well, they come over green, hard as a rock, then they gas them to start the ripening process. That's why when you get them at home, sometimes they're greener than normal, and it takes them a little bit longer to turn yellow. And then we start the browning coming out, it's just the sugar coming out. And that's time to make banana bread.
Okay.
That's how it works. But we ain't having a problem. Pulling them out right now, haven't had a problem. Going back for the third load, this will be the third day they've been out on strike. So,
all right. So even
that's why I want to let you know about the reports you're reading are completely opposite of what I'm seeing, and I'm in there every day. Don't pull them out ahead of schedule because you have a schedule we have to pull them out on. We're only allowed to get them out. What we pull today delivers tomorrow. On my end of it, some guys had a couple of days, ahead of, takes a couple of days to get to the delivery point.
But they are actively they're actively taking cargo containers off of ships. Are these not longshoremen?
Perishables.
Just because they're perishables?
No, the longshoremen are working it. The longshoremen are working in the port. That's the same guys that I seen last week doing it are doing it this week.
Okay.
It's simply with their contract. They have to move this stuff. I don't know exactly what it is, but I can remember years ago. I pretty much worked in the food industry my entire life, all produce and frozen food and stuff like that. I mean, when it comes to the food and side of it, if it's perishable, it's got to go. There's only one time that Wilmington was shut down, and that was back in the very early 90s. I had to run down to Savannah, Georgia twice to get loaded with bananas, bring them back to Boston. And that was the only time that nothing came out of the port of Wilmington, and that was under their local. That wasn't under the masters. This is the masters contract. It's not the local.
Okay.
So it's completely different. What I'm understanding, some of the guys down there, that's, their local is one thing, and the master's something else. So these reports you've been reading, I've been sitting here biting my tongue.
Okay, well, hey, if you're actually doing it, I've seen no reports saying that. They make it sound like there's nothing being loaded or unloaded.
Well, they're emptying the ships. They're putting I got to go underneath the crane sometimes to get the box put on my chassis, or sometimes it's already on a chassis on the ground. And I'm going in. I've gotten them both ways this week. So I'm hauling day in and day out. If any changes, I'll let you know. But as of right now, hasn't nothing changed.
Well, thank you for the update. That's good information. Every source you go to, even some of the mainstream are highlighting that now. We're going to see, depending on how long it goes, medicines, perishables, things we're going to, not find on the shelves. I wonder if they had some of the contracts with the shipping industry. Did they have deals if you had your ship on the way by a certain date, that they still have to load or unload? I'd like more information. All right, well, we'll get, let's get to Eagle wanted to chime back in this morning. What else you got on your mind?
Yeah, Steve, I told you I tuned in late to your show. Yeah, I was looking at my phone on X to see what Donald Trump was up to today. And I don't know if you went over this earlier, but can you believe this guy, Jack Smith, is back in the news again?
Oh, yeah.
He's still with this January 6th garbage. He released a 165-page story about Donald Trump. He's saying that he got evidence in this bogus information that Donald Trump told the rioters to go to the Capitol and riot. And they clearly heard the guy say, don't do any violence. But this guy, Jack, these people are desperate, Steve. You see that it happened the day after the debate with Vance. They saw how bad that guy did last night, and these people are desperate now. They know that there's no way in hell Kamala can win a legitimate election. These next 30 days are going to be crazy, Steve. These people are they're going to take everything they can. They're going to throw everything but the kitchen sink at Donald Trump in the next 30 days. These people know that Kamala is a lost cause. You notice that she doesn't even have rallies anymore. You know, she had the nerve to try to insult Donald Trump at the last debate, talking about people show up for his rallies, but they leave early. And Trump came back at her and he said, well, people don't even go to your rallies. And he was right about that. That's why she don't have no rallies no more. Donald Trump, he's scheduled to have, that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on Saturday. No telling how many people are going to show up, Steve. There could be 50 to 60,000 people, maybe more than that. They're going to probably turn away people to get in to that venue. I guarantee you, Kamala, if she went to Butler, Pennsylvania, I guarantee you she wouldn't bring in 40, 50, 60,000 people to the same venue. These people are desperate right now. This guy, Jack Smith, when Donald Trump get in the White House, Steve, the first man he needs to go after and put in jail is Jack Smith. This guy here has been a thorn in Trump's side for the last couple of years with this bogus case with no evidence. And now all of a sudden at the very last minute, this guy drops this bomb about he has evidence that Trump was behind January 6th. It's just ridiculous. And like Trump said, it's not going to work. And it's still election interference because Donald Trump, I read on his X account and his account, he said, it says proven fact. In the 60 days before the election, Steve, you are not allowed to bring this type of evidence against a political candidate because it affects the election. Yeah, Jack Smith did it anyway. So this shows how desperate these people are, and Jack Smith ought to be ashamed of himself. And as far as this other guy goes, the guy that everybody's talking about tonight, I didn't get a chance to hear him. I'm going to go back and listen to the rebroadcast of Sundance to see how he embarrassed himself once again, because I need something to laugh about. Anytime you mention that guy's name, I get a good laugh. So Sundance, my man, I'll be listening to your comments tonight, and I'll be laughing my ass off as usual. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you very much. Yeah, Jack Smith, I didn't even touch on that, but if you want to see all the bold, highlighted stories in regard to that, just go to the Drudge Report. Drudge loves to highlight anything negative about Trump. So you can get all the negative Trump news you need at the Drudge Report. All right, I did a quick search there, thanks to Larry's call. And there's a website known as Supply Chain Drive, which said the Longshoremen's Association intends for the demonstrations to continue round the clock, 24/7, as long as it takes for the Maritime Alliance to meet the demands of the rank and file. Upon announcing the strike, the union said it would, quote, shut down all ports from Maine to Texas. In response, Supply Chain Drive contacted several major ports on the East Coast and Gulf Coast to clarify their operating status. As the day wore on, it became clear that while the strike would have widespread effects, some ports were still processing select goods. Here's what we learned about the status. Now, this was as of Tuesday afternoon. New York, New Jersey, the port told Supply Chain that any terminal that uses ILA labor to move containers is shut down, referencing the list of container terminals on their website. Let's see, in October 1 update, the port said due to the ILA strike, all container and automobile-related terminals, depots, and rail yards are closed. Let's see. They've got the Port of Houston. Let's see. Bayport and Barbers closed for container handling services, according to a spokesperson there. The East Coast port said the following facilities would remain closed until an agreement is reached. That was the Norfolk, Virginia International Gateway, Newport News, Piners Point Container Yard, Portsmouth Chassis Yard, Reefer Service Area, and the Damage Annex. However, the offices at the Virginia Port Authority, Virginia Intermodal Terminals, and Hampton Roads Chassis Pool 2 are open in accordance with their regular schedules. Richmond Marine Terminal, Portsmouth Marine Terminal, and Virginia Island will also continue to operate, although cargo operations will be impacted. So they go on down to, what do they got? South Carolina, closed until further notice. Jacksonville, all of Jacksport's terminal operators are open except for one. SSA Jacksonville. SSA is closed today due to the strike. That was Tuesday. Port Everglades, a few terminals affected by the strike. The privately operated Florida International Terminal and Mediterranean Shipping Company. Spokesman said, but the port remains open for business. We have cargo from petroleum to cement to aggregate material still moving, among other cargo. Also, all cruises will be sailing. Port of Miami, let's see, and the South Florida Container Terminal are closed. Seaboard Marine is open. Tuesday morning, there were 150 to 200 workers at the port's first amendment zones. Yeah, that's a zone designated by the port as areas where members could exercise their right to strike and picket without impairing port access or operations. Port of Baltimore, the strike is impacting 6 public marine terminals at the Port of Baltimore, managed by the Maryland Port Authority. Let's see, Conley, the Port of Boston. That terminal is down. Let's see, the Port of Philadelphia. A list of terminals that are currently not operational. That would be the Packer Avenue Marine Terminal, Tioga Marine Terminal, Pier 122, and Pier 80. So I guess it all depends on which ports you're running in and out of. Some are actually, thank you, Larry, still moving product. And we'll be right back.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building.
All right, got an email from Slowpoke. I guess he runs out of some of these ports as well. Slowpoke said, getting the day started, heading to Florida terminal with this container. We're still running, but I was told we might have to take some personal or vacation days here and there. I run out of the Hampton Roads, Virginia ports. Hoping for the best. Have a good morning. Stay safe, everybody, from Slowpoke. Here, let's do the full hat trick here. Yeah, yes, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back here, Your Honor. So I heard with the missile defense there over in Israel for the missiles that came in from Iran that the USS Cole was part of the strategic operation. So anyways, it's good that ship's back in operation. And, of course, we remember what happened back in Yemen and the sailors that we lost of it being down there. So good that it's back in action doing what it needs to do. Coming up 97 from Annapolis to Baltimore today, I got noticing when you get to the signs that say I-695, which is the road that leads to where the bridge used to be, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, it just says 695 East now. They've covered up all the lettering that used to say Key Bridge. I don't know if that was a financially responsible thing to do, because it's not like most of the bridge isn't still there and they're not going to put something else up, but it just kind of was the landmark direction to tell people, you tell them you come up the road and you head towards the Key Bridge, and now they've covered up the signs that say that. But as I say, maybe not the best financially resource thing to do on the highways when there's still holes in the road. Anyway, and you got talking about how China's a major supplier of our drugs now. What would happen if they decided to do like a bio attack on us? Could they slip something in our drugs and distribute it to all the people in America?
Kind of like planting explosives in the beepers and the walkie-talkies. Yeah.
Or leaving a bomb in a tarmac there from World War II.
Suddenly we all just start dropping dead, yeah. All right, real quick, as we're wrapping things up this morning, I scrolled on down. I think, did Larry say he pulls out of the Port Wilmington, the Delaware port, which, according to this supply chain drive, said the Delaware port did not respond to a request for comment by time of publication, similar from the port of Tampa Bay. We asked, because apparently they said some are. We asked the port that they did not specify which terminals or operations were impacted by the strike. But there you go. Hey, have a great Thursday. See you back at the midnight hour.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems. seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.